Hallelujah. All right. Welcome to
man. Lord have mercy.
Those sound effects never get old, you know?
Play that piano one more time.
It's the organ. It's the organ.
Play that piano now. I call it the piano now. Play the piano now.
Lady, okay, like, just go with the flow, all right?
Let's go with the flow. Let's go with the flow.
Everybody gotta be so.
Oh man, I already see family in the building too. Salute the truth. Let me highlight it real quick. I got you in 3. Salute the truth. You know what I mean? What's going on? What's going on? Mm-hmm. Going on? True blood in, tap in. Also salute the 100 watts. 100 watts was good. What's good? What's good?
Those that love him. Yeah. What was the slogan? He loved those that love him. That's
perfect. Perfect. There you go. There you go. Okay, you brothers are free to come up in about give me about 30 minutes. I just want to drop my thesis real quick. Just want to drop my thesis real quick, all right? Now, okay. Tonight's show, everybody, is why you rolling your eyes, man? I'm just stating the facts here. I have no dog in this race, okay? I'm just trying to help y'all to help yourselves, all right? That's it. And listen, I'm just gonna make this clear. All right, I have no hate against women who wear bonnets, all right, who are ratchet, who want to be in a club, who want to slide down a pole, who want to be ladies in the night. I have no hate for these women at all. Okay, do your thing, lady. All right, do your thing, sister. If that's what you choose to do, cool. All right. I'm not hating on y'all. I'm not gonna make fun of y'all. I see a lot of brothers hating on women that are 3 or 4s and all that. A lot of y'all hating on them because y'all really can't have these type of women. They don't want you. All right. Salute to Smitty too. Smitty, I see you in the building, baby. What's good?
Oh, Smitty,
he right there. You know what I mean?
What else, Smitty?
What else, Smitty? I mean, I ain't got no hate for none of these women at all. And I definitely don't have hate, of course, for our classy women like Lady E. You know what I mean? And of course, Scully, Lola, you know what I'm saying? Miss O'Shoon, I ain't got no hate for y'all. You know that. But you got to keep it real. All right? Now, as of per ZipRecruiter, okay, February 9th, 2023, the average annual pay for a male in the United States is $37,301 a year. Okay? Per ZipRecruiter. Now, this is what I say to y'all. You women have to pick a struggle. Do you want the man that has his own home, pay for all the bills, maintains the home or where he rents or whatever, right? Or do you want a man with a car, right? The nice car, you know what I mean? It could be any type of car. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It could be a you know what I mean, a Lexus or a Benz or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Beam a Benz or Bentley. You feel me? It could be any of those. Which one do you want to choose? Do you want the brother with the fly car, or you want the brother to make the peanuts? You can't have both. You can't have both.
Can I ask a qualifying question?
Okay, go ahead, Lola. Go ahead. Let me hear. Let's do it.
If he owns his own home, are you saying that he owns his home, making $37,000 a year? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that you got to pick one. Okay, you got to be satisfied with a brother that either has his own home or is renting his own place, right? Or you got to have the brother with a fly car. You can't have both. He cannot have both. Okay, I just named the ZipRecruiter stats for you. He cannot have both, and he will not have both. So you gotta basically choose a struggle. Okay? Do you want him to not have a ride, but yet have his own home? Or are you choosing a home and not the ride? What do you want to do?
Oh.
Man, I think it's an easy answer. I'm saying, use it how much?
About that.
Say that again, Mr. Strong?
No, I was saying to Lady E, does she have anything to say about that first?
He asked me this a while back, and I'm like, why can't I have both?
Because you
why
can't.
Why can't he have? Many do.
No, there's some brothers that's borrowing a car. They don't own that car. And if you, here's the thing. This is what I told you before, right? Let me get on my Kevin Samuels real quick, okay? Man, I wish I had the setup that Kevin Samuels had. But my setup ain't bad here. You just can't see it. Anyway, no, I mean, I'm very comfortable. My couch is very nice, and I got a little comforter too. It's nice too. Anyway, listen, M3's been in my house. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? M3's house is very comfortable too. You know what I mean? Anyway, shout out to the mansions. Anyway, with that being said, right? A brother who is in the top percentage of men, they usually have their way with women. And y'all don't want that. Y'all don't want to share men. That is clear. You have made that clear. You say you don't want to share a man, right? You know what I mean? M3, we need a ticker too. We need to have the women have to pick a struggle ticker. We need that, brother. Whenever, if you can do that for me real quick, please, baby. You know what I'm saying? But
I thought clear.
That's cool. Y'all have to pick a struggle, okay? If y'all want the top percentage of men, understand that top percentage of men, you know what I mean? I'm getting my fresh fit on right now. I'm switching gears. The top percentage of men, okay, they're gonna have their own way with women, okay? That's usually how it goes, okay? If you want to deal with a brother who's making or who's in the league, like LeBron in the rest of them, or who's an NFL player or baseball player, he's gonna have his way with women. When he goes on the road, he's gonna do what he wants. You don't want to deal with that. You don't want to feel that. You don't want to deal with that. Y'all want a man for yourself. But you got to live reality. If you're going to deal with the top percentage of men who's able to afford everything, car, maintenance for the car, his own home, his place, the rent, everything, he's going to have his way with women. You know what I'm saying? So either you're going to deal with that type of guy on a regular basis, because most of them are like that. Not all, but most. Right? Or you're either going to share, or you're just going to have to find a regular man. Okay? Regular guy. Maybe he may work at McDonald's. Maybe he may have a little better job and work at a FedEx office, right? Maybe he actually delivers the mail, right? Hey, you never know. But you gotta deal with a regular person. Okay, just a regular guy. And ZipRecruiter told you what the money is. I already got the money out the way. So it's up to y'all what y'all want to deal with. There you go.
Well, I'll say this, right. Okay. When it comes to the logic of it all, it's illogical to go for someone that can afford a depreciable item but not a appreciable item. Like, that doesn't make any logical sense. Okay, if somebody has a house, that's an asset that carries value with it. If they don't have a vehicle, that could be because they live in a place where they don't need one. A lot of people now don't even want cars. If they have a condominium and they don't have a car, that's kind of like a normal thing. That's not really a settling for or picking a struggle. That's like part of the culture now. But the logical thing is you would go for a guy that has when I say a house, I mean as in a paid for a house. I don't mean as in they living above their means trying to pay a mortgage and they're struggling. That's not what I mean. So I would go for that over somebody that just has a car and that's all they have is just a car. I have my own car, so I'm not really impressed with that. I have my own house, but I understand the politics. As far as that's concerned. As far as the comment about, picking a regular guy, honestly, the only people, in my opinion, okay, that's concerned about the top percentage of men and things like that are very, what they call materialistic people. And these people are extremely shallow. And usually in relationships, they're not happy. Doesn't matter how much money they have. There's always some addiction problem, some codependency, some sort of, toxicity somewhere. So that isn't something that I entertain or I even have people around me that entertain. I think everybody wants who they want, meaning who your heart desires is what you want. And you will hope that what your heart desires and what you need, as far as like in society lines up. But sometimes it don't. And females that act like they never been in love with a dude that really didn't have like that, I mean, they liars. Seriously. Like, they're just whole liars. And You know, I'm saying that if you care about a guy that, you know, is on your level, okay, and you feel like, well, you know, you can do something with him. I mean, realistically, it's like you got one life to live. You're gonna hold out for 1% of some shit. What if I told you you're gonna get a 1% raise? Nobody would be excited. They would really look at me like that's a smack in the face. You think I'm waiting on 1% of human beings to do anything? Get the fuck out of here. I'm just saying, like, that's to me that's unrealistic. But and honestly, as much as I know that's the truth, I haven't heard anybody in my real life say, well, I'm looking for a ball player, or I'm looking for the top 1% of guys, or a millionaire or a billionaire. I haven't heard anybody openly say that or openly go for that. I mean, I run into millionaires a lot, but in my line of work and where I live at, and honestly, these are regular people with regular problems. You probably wouldn't know them if you saw them. Like, the average millionaire look like the average Joe. Like, literally. They don't walk around with a bunch of suits on, and a lot of times they might not live where you think they live at. I don't know. But that's my opinion for right now.
I just want to get to the comments real quick. All right. And M3, man, if you can, bro, can you give us some sounds from DJ Eddie Kane? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Real quick, man. I just want to show some love to Lonzo Hall. Lonzo Hall, what's up, kid? I see you in the building. You know what I mean? And I see what Lonzo Hall is saying. Yeah, I know. You know what I mean? That some of them don't have the pick of the women or whatever, right? That they're out there producing. Yes, that's true. But they're also producing in the bedroom too. Okay, they also are being featured in the bedroom as well. You already know. You know what I mean? But I got to go to my man Truth here. You know what I'm saying? When he said that they don't want the good man. Where is that at? Yeah, they don't want no good man. They want a simp. They can run until they hate him and divorce him. That is true. They don't want the good man. They don't want him. They don't want him. They don't want the good man. They don't. M3, you muted, bro. You muted. You know what I'm saying? They don't want the good man.
Oh, my.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to let Lady E cook it, and then M3, I know you're going to close it out, baby. Let's get it.
All right, you guys good, man.
If I had to pick one, I would pick the man that has the house. But as for pitching for the top, whatever percentage, not what I'm going for. It doesn't make any sense to I'm not on that level. I'm not on that standard. So why would I expect that for myself?
Okay. Continue on, Lady E.
I don't have nothing close. It's just plain and simple. It's like we keep talking about these top 10, top 5, top 1%, and it's like that don't apply to me. That don't apply to Miss Ocean. That don't apply to none of us on this panel. Why are we talking about them?
Because that's tonight's theme. Look. Okay. See, Lady E, she's trying to set the conversation down, right? But it's okay. So look. I know. Here we go. Right?
They coming for me already.
See, ain't nobody coming for you, Lady E. Like, see, the thing is, we're just trying to have a realistic conversation, because sometimes, right, a lot of these other stubborn people, right, no one wants to really choose a particular struggle. Some people, right, will actually overlook a guy who has a house because they want a guy who's presentable enough to show off to their girlfriends that he actually has something tangible that's going on. Even though the house is more important, but if a man can't drive or he doesn't have his own vehicle, sometimes they may choose, the wrong type of struggle. They probably will sell for the guy with a car just so, they don't get embarrassed. Because sometimes their girlfriend's opinion, or let's say like the girlfriend's approval, is more important than certain things. So in other words, if a man is a garbage man making like over 200K, but he's smelling like garbage, or just the fact that the title is garbage man, will most of your female friends will approve of this guy? Will they be like, oh man, he balling like, man, garbage man? Wow, he got a good job going. Most of them will probably laugh at him. And some of these type of women will actually pass up a person that's making over 200K just to get with a person, right, who has a more respectable job, but maybe not making as much. Or maybe probably around the same range, but see the guy internally, his personality is not really matching. You feel me? Like the energy, the vibration is totally different. And most don't choose the wrong people.
Well, I don't. Well, okay. Let me ask this. When you say respectful job, I need to understand what's so disrespectful about the job, because to a large degree, it's not about it's not about the title, but rather how much they get paid. Like whether or not you're a sanitation worker or you're a deep sea fisherman or you're a mechanic, 200 grand is 200 grand.
You muted him through. You muted.
Yeah, my bad. I understand that. But, because we live in a world that's subjective and people just make a lot of bad decisions, sometimes intentionally, and please other people, it depends on the person's social crowd. This is the thing. A lot of them will be like, hey, normally a lot of them will be like, yo, he's making that much? But all right, cool. Like, yo, I would ride with him. But then sometimes the status, sometimes it could be a group where people are more focused about education. Some people could be focused more about finances, or they'll look for the status of job that you work. So even if both, okay, if you can choose both and they're making the same amount, maybe a person who's the CEO of, a Fortune 500 company versus the C, a trucker or whatever, or a garbage man. Which one will most likely a woman will choose? They make the same amount, but the title, one of them could be highly respectable, and the other one they could pretty much highly make fun of. And depending on your crowd, go ahead.
Well, okay. Here's the thing: the average female that's like myself, making average money somewhere under 80 grand a year to, let's say, $30,000 a year. The average female like myself is not really dealing with a dude making 200 grand. Okay, like seriously, the average that's not what it is. Our problem is: do you want a guy that's making average money that really has no time for you, or do you want an above average looking guy that's not making anything, that's making all the time for you? That's usually our struggle. Like, our struggle is not, do you want a guy with a degree that only makes 65, or do you want a guy that doesn't have a degree but he owns his own company and he's making 200 grand? That's usually not the choices that the average woman or the average black woman has. So, my thing is, if you run in circles where everybody has degrees and everybody is sitting on, estates and, generational wealth, okay, yeah, from a cultural standpoint, that people may look at that and say, okay, you're outside of the culture. But here's the thing: money is money at the end of the day. And that kind of trumps everything. But to a degree, if I've never seen anybody feel like, well, if they're, let's say this, if your net worth is, let's say, $2 million and you dating a guy who makes 200,000, right? Okay, culturally, you might be outside your culture. But on average, come on now, like, most women just would be good to get a guy that got a stable job that's making somewhere between 70 and 80K a year, and that isn't trying to cheat on them a lot. Like, that's the best that a lot of us is really looking at. If you can get a guy that makes less than average money, like let's say he makes 60 or 50K a year, but he's not a cheater, like, you're doing really good. Like, that's the average female. You're doing really good, especially if he look halfway decent. You're doing really good. But it's like, when people say, well, pick a struggle, it's like, hey, listen, I'm not about that pick a struggle life. I'm about that. Can I see myself old with you? Like, no matter what we got, can I see myself old with you? Because I'm not trying to get with no millionaire or billionaire. And when I turn 50, I'm gonna still be single because we're gonna be broken up. I ain't trying to do that. Like, for real. Like, I could be single for that. Like, I would go buy a dog today. So, I'm just saying, like, I this pick a struggle thing. It's like, no. That's for rich people, like ridiculously rich people picking struggles like that. Now, if you got a guy that he got a nice car, but it's not even in his name, he don't really work. He got his friends like doing stuff. He kind of like a little bit of a scammer, but all he got is a nice car. If you the type of female where you would see that and not see the obvious problems, and you would still deal with him, you're probably of that caliber. So, okay, cool. But, I know for people like me, and I'm not above average by no means. Nobody within my echelon would see that and actually go for that. Like a guy driving, a Maserati, but yet, he work at some place where we know he can't afford no car like that. Like, what the hell? Like, no, like something's off with that, and that screams get away before you get locked up for something. Like, no.
Okay, let me show this. Okay, all right. So since we're on the average vibe type of level, I'm gonna show you the first slide. Okay, go ahead and share this. So let's say, for instance, okay, I'm not gonna go too far of it. But for average women, you find a guy, right? Okay, that is making, pretty much enough, right, to secure your lifestyle. Okay, like a guy that's making roughly around 150 or 75K. All right, he have his own car, he have his own house, he have his own life together. All right, respectable guy. But then you have the other person who actually look good, sex appeal. But then he's broke, don't have no ambition, don't have nothing going on. Okay? Will you choose the guy that looks good, physically appealing? And I'm telling you only have two choices. Okay? Because somehow the universe kind of gives us like those same type of people a little bit. You know what I mean? So, will you choose those type of men, okay, that can physically please your sexual appetite versus someone that has no sex appeal at all?
I have hardly seen a man that don't have no sex appeal.
Really?
I can't remember the last time.
No, have mercy.
No. See, I said, wait a minute, hold on. I can't remember the last time I seen a man that didn't have no sex appeal, and I mean I don't mean online. I mean in the flesh. Like, I've seen dudes that they had bellies and stuff, but I mean they got a little bit of sex appeal with them. But it's like come on now. Like, I don't be seeing no negative. I don't know. I don't see that. Like, I really don't. And most of the guys that I see, they decent. They look decent or slightly above decent. Like, I mean, very few men that's just literally gorgeous walking around out here. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, gorgeous is relative. So, I mean, I like what you just showing right now. That's an extremity, and I never seen that in the flesh. So whatever.
Look. Just have fun and play along with this, Lola, because here's the thing, right?
We need some more realistic scenarios.
Hold on, I got a realistic scenario, right? The next picture, right? It's gonna be someone, right, that most women will crave for. But on the contrary, this person is broke. Okay. He lives with his mother. Matter of fact, he lives in his mother's basement. Okay, so if y'all want to kind of get it on,
it's average men in their mother basement, though. Come on, now.
You say that again?
It's average dudes out here living in their mother basement for real.
Okay, so so I'm gonna show the perfect average man, but looks good. Could serenade you or whatever. He could do all the good things. Okay, so but he just lives
Here you go. Look at E. Look at her. Look at her. She goes. She can't help it. She cannot help it. I'm sorry. My bad.
I had to call y'all the He-Man Drake Haters Club for real.
No, you good. There we go. E, you know, look.
Look at E.
E, don't try to fight it. You know what I mean?
I just said that's my baby daddy. That's all.
Because I can see it in your eyes, you're angry. But anyways,
I don't find Drake attractive though. Like I mean, he okay, but I'm not attracted to him.
That was before Drake got his nose job.
He did not get a nose job.
Yes, he did. Look at Drake when he first came out, and look at Drake now. Look at his nose. It's different.
So now your excuse is you don't want Drake no more because he got his nose job?
No, I never. Oh my God. Okay, so this is the misinterpretation. I never had a thing for Drake. I'm just saying my kid looks like him. That's it.
I don't know.
Do you want him or not, girl? Do you want him or not?
No.
Nobody want him.
Wow. You see this?
Here
we go again.
You know, I don't know, Bess. We about to end the stream early, man, because like, you know, I'm like how this is going on, man. Like they don't want to have fun.
Miss O'Shawn, I'm gonna have to send you a picture and you're gonna see exactly why I call him my baby daddy.
Okay.
How you don't want somebody and then they're your baby daddy? How you don't want them and they're your baby daddy? How does that make sense? See the contradiction that y'all always do? And here's the thing. Let me look. I try to hold back my point. I can't hold it no more, okay? I'm going to take it philosophical and I'm going to just make my point, all right? Now, we know as Americans, most of us want it all, right? Yes, we do, okay? We want it all right? Especially you women, all right? Now, you know what I mean? Everybody's hypergamous, okay? Even that guy up there, you know what I mean? Everybody's hypergamous, okay? We all want it all. If your fast food takes too long to come through, you about to break the window and act a fool. All right. You see the videos of y'all every day. Okay. Y'all know, all of y'all know that y'all want it all. Okay, but you can't have it all. And I keep telling y'all, if y'all want it all, you want the man to have it all, you will have to share most of the time. And you don't want to share. And then the guy that's actually good that you could have, you don't want him. So if you don't want the guy that you can have, then you gotta share most of the times. Sorry to tell you this. All right? Okay?
Well, what does that have to do with us?
I'm trying to help you see the light, all right? And it's 30 minutes, I'm about to drop the link. I'm trying to help you see the light, okay? I'm trying to help y'all. That's all I'm trying to do. There's no hate. I'm just trying to help you ladies to see this. That's all I'm trying to do.
Because y'all taking the opinions of a few extremophile females and applying those to average women, not even like the lower level women. I'm talking like average women and saying, well, y'all want everything. Most females just want a dude that can stand up for himself and is not community penis. But it's like, that's kind of hard to get out of average dudes. And it's like, come on, that's what I'm saying. Our struggle is not Rihanna's struggle. Like, it's really not. And I mean, you saying, well, you know, y'all want it all. Most females don't want it all. They want one or two things that they can't find. Come on.
That's the thing. But here's the thing, though. No, wait, hold up. So these women that you are conducting the survey, they're not even average. They're below average. They're not even us.
Huh?
What do you mean, huh?
I don't know what you're talking about. Matter of fact, Truth, welcome to the panel, man. Truth, welcome to the panel. After Lady E makes her point, or whatever point she's trying to make, just go ahead after that, brother.
Girl.
Okay, so y'all are talking about women that want the high value man. Half of the women that are, well, not half, more than half, that are looking for the high value man, they can't even provide anything for themselves.
Basically.
That's not the average woman.
Sorry, I missed that last little part. Can you break down again?
What she's saying is the average female that's out here talking about they need a high value man are not moving in the same stratosphere as these quote unquote men they talking about. They poor ass females that's talking about, oh, I need a man making $200,000-$400,000, and meanwhile they haven't even.
Oh, Lola, you broke up. Oh, Lola.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you said after the party we said, but yet they haven't, and then that's when like you went out.
Okay, no, I was saying, but yet they haven't done any math to understand what they're really saying. These are your poor females from your lower level of society that's out talking about things that they have no idea about in terms of the financial circumstances of society. These are not women that's moving in these circles, because if they were, they wouldn't be out here talking like that. We all know poor people when we hear it. So it's like, these are the women you're talking about, females like that. For me, I move in circles with men that work like me, that make average money like me. So I'm not out here saying, oh, I need a man that make this type of money. I'm already in those circles. Like, I'm not out here. So that's what Lady E is saying. Like, if you out here screaming high value man, high hypergamy this, and you really screaming that, like for real, you probably poor and don't know what the fuck you want, and you just out here just trying to get a bag because you're poor and you can't provide for yourself, so you need a dude to do it for you, but you don't even know how to get the same type of dude that can do that for you, because you just out here randomly yelling out numbers and don't even understand what society is made up of. So that's why she's saying
she can't even hold her job down at McDonald's. So she's fighting in the kitchen.
I strongly disagree. So I'm gonna get to you in just a second. Okay, I was thinking, and I was about to agree with you, because I was like, maybe it's a poor woman's mentality, but no. A lot of times, what a lot of these people display is that usually these women are making more than most of these men that's complaining that they want someone that is above them, because they already think that they're above us due to the higher level of education, degrees, and finances that they can provide more than just most average men, sad to say. And so, because they make more than these, because they make more than these average men, they feel like it would be a disservice to them if they're making something that is, if they're getting with somebody that's below them in their financial means.
That's
most
not
women
true.
want to look up to. That's why I hear a lot. That's why I hear a lot.
No, you're playing to the left, and that's not true. At the end of the day, men need to feel like men in their relationship, and men's ability to provide for their woman, not the other way around, is really what defines their pride in that relationship. If he can't do that for that woman, that will directly affect his relationship with her. You know that's not a woman's issue, it's a man's issue, and there's nothing wrong with that. On the flip side, it don't matter how much money a chick got. She want to feel like she can fall back on him, period. That's a natural response that any female has. No matter how much money they looking for, they want to feel like that guy is stronger than them and got their back. If they know that if something happens to them, they can't rely on that man, that's going to eat at them as a woman, because we are feminine at the end of the day. We need to feel like we have protection both physically and financially. If we don't have that, it don't matter how rich you are. So it's not about a female feeling like she's better than a guy. That's not what that is. When she says, okay, like Paris Hilton, I need somebody that, can take care of me. Yeah, she's an heiress. She needs somebody that can take care of her. Not because she's a bitch, but because she's still a woman at the end of the day.
Zodiac killer. You said, you said her zodiac sign because she's an Aries?
No, I said she's an heiress, not an heiress.
I take that back.
Hold on. I'm so tired of y'all talking about y'all need somebody to take care of y'all. We need somebody to take care of us too. Yeah, like we Iron Man and we don't get sick and we don't have health issues and our parents don't probably pass away and all that. We don't lose people that we love. We need y'all to take care of us too. Stop with that bullshit, man. We need the same shit y'all need, okay? We need that. Sometimes we need y'all to step up and do shit too. Stop trying to rely on the man for everything. Man, we not God. We not God.
Y'all don't
That's why you whining. Lord have mercy.
We not God.
They don't. They don't need the same thing for real. They don't, and I ain't even trying to hear that.
What?
Oh
wow! No. I've heard this before. They want us to go out there for 30, 40 years, break our bodies down, die, and leave them everything. Y'all got to be out your goddamn mind. Ain't nobody doing that shit no more. All right, I ain't doing it no more. You got to be out your damn mind. You know what I mean? True Top G, man, talk to me.
What up, Top G?
What's going on, my family? How you going? Good. I'm so glad the last two things you guys said was the truth. What Lola said was the truth, and what you said was the truth. 84. So let's get this straight. When we thinking about the majority of women, let's deal with that first. The majority of women are into this thing because we're talking about now. The majority of women want a man that topples them in every category, whether it's mentally, physically, spiritually, psychologically. That's what they want. It has to be that way. Now, the caveat is this, is if that man is smarter or more intelligent, guess what comes with that? Then they start saying, hey, you think you're smart. You think you know everything. I don't like the way you talk to me. You talk down to me. I don't want you to give me orders. You're not my father. So on and so forth. Now, we already know someone that's smarter and in position of leadership. What is they going to do? They're going to give you orders. They're smarter than you. That means they can see 10, 20 steps ahead. So they're going to know things. So they're going to tell you where to go. Hey, we need to do this. Regardless of whether you think is okay, we need to do this. Then comes the questions. Oh, well, why do you think we need to go this way? And why my idea is not that? Because I said so. Oh, so we can't talk about it? No. Okay, so now you're being mean. So they say they want something, but they really don't want that. They want a man that's going to come in and he's going to be able to, every time there's a decision to be made, we got to talk about it. That's not a man. That's not a man. Every time a decision needs to be made, we got to talk about it. And then like 84 said, they want you to go out here and die. Break your bones, work 1,000 hours, get all these health issues, get old and crippled. And then when that old and crippled creep up on you at 45, 50 years old, they like, now your stuff ain't working no more. You ain't performing in the bed, so now they're going to go get somebody that can perform.
Desperate Housewives. You seen it? Desperate Housewives. We all seen it.
After you all broken up, your thing ain't working. You got cancer, got back problems, head problems, hair falling out, everything like that. If you don't work them, try to get the money that they're looking for, because they think that, oh yeah, so let me see, you're making 50, 60 right now. Okay, so in 3 years you should be making 100, right? Because that's how raises work. You get 40 to $30,000 raises in 1 to 2 years. That's how it works. Where most of the guys, until they reach 45, 50 years old, is when they start reaching their top potential, and that's been proven. This is why back in the day, majority of the people, majority of women dated older men, a lot older than them, because they were at their peak earning potential. And it wasn't frowned upon now, like we starting to look at age gaps and start saying pedophilia. Excuse me. Yeah, no, pedo. We start using that word like, oh my goodness, he's 30, 20 years old, older than her, so he must like little girls. No, it's, what do you want? Do you want a guy that's close in age? Well, you get married early and then y'all go together. If you want a guy that's successful, he has to reach his earning potential. whatever that is. If you want that certain type of lifestyle, want to go on vacations every year, 2-3 vacations every year, want to have gifts, all this type of stuff. He has to get there. For some reason, they think that every man is automatically has the potential to earn this type of money. Like there are all these $100,000 paying jobs around here. And that's not the case. And then we're talking about heterosexual men. Like we ain't got the alphabet community out here applying for these jobs. And guess who they're putting in these positions more? The alphabet community, because now they have power in this world. And guess where they got the power from? Not from heterosexual men, but from heterosexual females that think it's okay for them fools to be that way. Am I right or am I right?
Yeah, Truth cooking tonight. I keep telling you, Truth need to open up a church, dog. Open up a church. Let's get it.
Yeah, I keep forgetting I'm muted. Well, Truth. I gotta play this for you, all right? You know what I mean? Okay. Hold on. Before we continue, right? I gotta go back to Lola real quick, right? You thought I was gonna let you get away with what you said like earlier?
Get her, 3, get her.
Get her, bro.
What you on the play, dog?
Yeah. Yeah.
In your last statement, right? Oh shit, I'm struggle streaming. Hold on.
Oh, I thought he was looking at
my frozen.
You ain't the only one, bro. I'm kind of struggle streaming a little bit too.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I think I'm back, right? They try to take me out, right?
But
you can't hold me back.
No black files tonight.
Lola, right? You said that women want a man. No, women want a man that they could feel that could hold them down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we could agree to that. But here's the thing, right? Now, are you saying like that's all like that you really want? You know, I mean, there's probably some other things though, but I mean, the main thing, you know, for whether if you're a poor woman or I guess an average woman or a woman with money, you would rather have a man that will hold you down, okay?
Well, that statement it has a lot in it, obviously.
Right.
But what I'm getting at is this: it's not so much about the dollar amount, right, or what anyone has or doesn't have. Okay. Because again, what Paris Hilton needs to feel like a man got her, like if something happened to her hedge funds, like she knows she can depend on him. Like that's not my lifestyle, and I don't. That's not what I need from a man. But however, me and her are the same in that I want to be able to know that if everything went to hell tomorrow, I got a dude I can fall back on, and I don't have to worry about anything. And honestly, in my life, I was fortunate that I've always had a man that I could fall back on, and that being my dad. Like as long as he's been breathing, I knew push don't gotta come to a shove, and really the only reason why I feel like I struggle a little bit is because my father just doesn't want me to be spoiled. But I've had that covering my entire life. However, let's suppose something happened to my dad. As a woman, I still desire that covering, in that it's not so much about how much money a man has, but rather if I feel secure when I think of my life with him being in it.
And this is the point I'm getting to it too. Like respect. Okay, let's take your dad out of the equation, right? Because I don't want you to get too deep and personal, right? But I understand the analogy of it, right? You will want a man, right, that can actually have the same values but hold you down like how your dad holds you down. Not in a spoiled way, but I'm just saying that when something happens, you can actually rely on that man. Okay, right. Let's go with that part. All right.
Okay.
Now, here's the thing, okay? Because, and I'm just saying from the listening ear, okay? Just from the listening ear. I'm not saying you're incorrect or whatever, right? You're valid to how you feel. But from the listening ear, when someone hears a woman says, you just want a man that's going to hold you down, right? Welcome back, late. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Mr. Best. Bring her in. Thank you. So when you want a man that's going to hold you down, and you're saying, right, it's not always about the financial thing. What comes to the question of a guy's mind is that, okay, Now, in that term, if I'm able to hold you down, right? Okay, but I have no job, but I can hold you down emotionally, physically, whatever that the case is, but with no money. Okay, is that man still capable of holding you down?
Damn, you took my thing. Go ahead, man.
You know I was
Let,
gonna go.
let me answer that, right. In that case, right, I'm gonna say it's highly debatable because I only see that happening for a woman that has multiple backup systems, and she really, honestly, doesn't need a man for money. Like really, like legit, it's no reason that she would ever need a man for money. And
I'm talking
even
about you,
then,
Lola.
but I know I'm gonna get there, but even then, it would, like I said, it would be debatable because she's still a woman. She still has to succumb to her natural innate needs as a female. But as far as I'm concerned, right, it can't be you don't have a job yet you can hold me down, because as a man you have to be walking in your purpose in order for you to do anything for me. Like you can't just be solely looking to just please me and all you doing is waiting for me to come home from work, because at the end of the day you have to be a man to yourself first before you can be a man to me. And that's why I said it's complex and it's multi-layered. But I'm gonna be honest with you, like I said, it's not about the dollar amount. I need to know that if I don't know the answer, you do. I need to know if I lose my job, I'ma still be okay because you got your shit. I need to know if everybody died that I love today, I still have you. I need to know that I'm safe. Period. That's not a dollar amount.
Okay, wait, hold on.
I got a question. Once you're done, I got a question.
Yeah. Okay, I'll make my statement short. Okay. Matter of fact, let me just break down the answer to you guys. Okay, Lola, right? In this case, right, it's really not even like a debatable discussion, because you know why? Even if a man is on his purpose or not, you still got to have some type of financial resources. Okay. Look, I'm gonna just be flat out honest, right? Money does make the world go around. Money does kind of secure things when it's needed. Okay. People says money can buy health or whatever, but look, it could definitely buy you the best doctors when it's needed. You know, if something happens to you, your kids, whatever the case is, and that person have no money, that guy has no purpose. You know, like financially, on a financial scale, without money, you can't really do a lot of things that you could do to really even take care. You know,
but that's why I said in the beginning that a man being able to take care of a woman, that like he has to do that because that's innate to men. Like that has nothing to really do with a man wanting to be in a relationship. A man has to feel like a man, period, first. And if he can't feel that way in a relationship, it's not going to work. And that is to a large degree regulated by his ability to provide. But that's not a dollar amount. It's not a dollar amount that dictates that.
That's not, and that's not my point. I'm not saying a dollar amount where he has to have a substantial amount of his income. Now, however, if he is making a substantial amount of income, the more that you're making, like, you know, the better your life could be. But the point is, he has to have some type of stability. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, this is where people they get confused, because when they're hearing those statements and they're not really filling the blanks, they're going back to what the mothers taught them. Oh, just be yourself. Oh, don't worry, that person will love you for who you are, even if you are broke. You know what I mean? And then they go out to the real world and they get disappointed, and then they get that reality check.
All right, watch this. Let me hop in.
Wait, hold on, True. Hold on. I got one question. Mm-hmm. So all these things that you listed, Lola, right? All these things that you listed, you know what I mean? If something was happened to that man, can you do the same for him?
You damn Skippy, I can do the same.
No, don't just say it. Can you do it?
What you mean, can I do it? If I'm looking for a specific thing, it's because I know that thing. What are you talking about?
I'm asking, are you willing to give as much as he's willing to give? You named a lot of stuff now.
Listen, if I'm telling somebody I need you to have my back, it's because I know how a back is supposed to be had. And that means that I have that to give. Females that are looking for a bag know how to receive a bag. They don't know how to give a bag, okay? Because they don't got a bag to give. That's why I'm not looking for a bag. I got my own bag. I know what that is. It's not about giving and receiving when it comes to money, because money is a part of life. That's not my focus. And anybody that, like personally that I'm with, that's not their focus, because that comes with the territory. But what I'm saying is this, and I'm not saying I'm perfect, right? But at the end of the day, if you love somebody, you're going to protect them, period. And you're going to protect them in all facets of life. Meaning, if they're hungry, you're going to make sure that they're fed before they ask you for food. If you think that they might be emotionally damaged by a thing, you're going to be standing in the way of that. If they're in a burning building, no one has to ask you to go into that burning building to get them. When you love a man, this is what is on the table. So at the end of the day, I'm never going to be with nobody for real that I don't love. So, I mean, yes, we can talk about provision and stuff like that. But even with provision, if the love connection isn't there, then I don't ever see myself being there, because I'll never be in a transactional relationship in that way. Like I tried that one time, but it didn't work out. And I understood on sight why it didn't work out. So that's never going to be me. But when you say, can you give that man the same thing? I can, honestly, but to a large degree, I understand that what he needs from me is not exactly what I need from him. My father has never needed anybody to fall back on, ever. He's never asked a woman for money, and never. He has never needed certain things that he always gives me. But I understand my dad needs other things that I give him, other support that I give him. Same thing with the other man. So, I mean, these things kind of come natural when you're genuine in something. Like, I mean, at least in my estimation.
All right, so check this out. Let's
truth.
Okay, so we about to deal with this, because what happens is they say it's not about money, but then watch this. Lady E, you still there, sweetie?
I'm still here.
All right, so I need you to please be 100% honest, and I'm going to take that you're going to be an honest woman, because that's who you are. What's the minimum that a man can make for the rest of his life per year? Which means he will not go up.
Minimum? I mean, I think an actual man will always strive to do more. Like, you have to.
That's not my question.
It's just, but you can't, there isn't a dollar amount.
Okay.
Like, the question is, are you going to work the same job and make the same amount of money year after year after year after year?
Do y'all see that, fellas?
You don't expect a raise?
Now, see, this is why, because, see, I worded it.
But you're sitting there and you're asking me what is the minimum, but the actual person will not accept that in life, male or female.
That's what you're trying to fit.
No,
okay,
that's
so
not true. That's not
no, not 84. Don't argue with. Don't.
No, okay. So the ambitious individual is not going to accept that. Period. Nobody on this panel is going to work the same job. And you know how work is now. They always, you have to learn new things, or they're adding tasks to do. You're not going to continue to do that for the same pay for the rest of your life, knowing that you have things like inflation, the cost of living goes up. You're not going to sit there and say, I'm okay with making $60,000 a year for the rest of my life, even though the cost of gas is going to continue to go up. The cost of owning a vehicle is going to go up. The cost of groceries are going to go up. The cost of insurance is going to go up. Nobody's going to be okay with that.
Right. Okay, so.
Man, I love financial talk.
No, hold on, M3. So you said all of that and did not answer my question.
I can't answer the question.
Then that's what you should have said. I can't answer it. Okay, so Lola.
I said I can't put a dollar amount on it.
That should have been the end of it. That should have been the end of it right there. All right, Lola. For the
Uh-huh.
rest of your man's natural life, what's the minimum dollar amount? Here, I will even put this word. Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, what?
What's the minimum amount of money he can earn for the rest of his life? Not going up and down. I want y'all to pay attention because I worded this for a reason because they tried that bull crap with y'all saying it's not all this and all that, but this is how you can tell what it's about. And it never failed. I asked this question for a reason.
Well, first of all, the minimum amount a man can make, at least in America, is Social Security. Like, that's the minimum somebody can make, because obviously something happened, they can't work. But if they can work, there is no minimum, there is no max. So I mean, I'm to a degree, I have to say the same thing Lady E said. It's hard to answer that question because there's no real hard bottom line here, at least in this day and age. But to be honest with you, from a personal standpoint, I don't think between me and Lady E that we would be with a man that is willing to settle for failure in his own life, because that's not why we got with him. Like, I would never give it a dude that's okay with, like, failure. Like, I've seen that in some men, but that's because they were going through like crisis and stuff like that, and it happens. But it's like, if you're in a healthy relationship as a man, like, your crisis or no crisis, like you on your own, you on your own street right there. So to say, well, what's the minimum? You might fall off completely and lose your job, but that don't mean that you just like, look, I don't gotta work. Because as a man, you innately want to do that. So yeah, you might make $0 for 7 months, but that don't define how much you can make to be loved or how much you can make to live. That's what I'm saying. If you in America, it's weird. I don't know. It's hard to answer that question.
All right, and that's the reason why. Listen, fellas. I asked that because it does it to them. None of them have ever answered it correctly, and the ones that have said, "Okay, let me give you a dollar amount," at the end of it, it's going to be worse, and all boils down to this. So now, very few women, like you got to find these type of women, and they are rare. They are rare. Majority of women are hypergamous, and not just hypergamous. Like, they use this word ambition. Now, the funny thing is like 84 said, they want you to agree when they're going through their emotions, when they ain't feeling well. Let them not want to continue to earn more money at their job. They don't want to shoot for the stars. They don't want to be a better cook at the home. They don't want to be a better lover at the house. They don't want to be a better mother. They ain't got to be ambitious about a goddamn thing. But you better be ambitious about going to get them some more goddamn money.
Well, you're telling the truth.
Wait, no. Because we applied it to our account too.
Ladies.
You see how I struck a chord?
Hold on, everybody. Just
look,
wash some dishes.
Everybody,
and
hold
up.
I gotta hold on.
Good. I want that. I want that, please. Right now.
Hold on.
My email address if you want to be a house husband.
Miss Polly, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna get to you. Hey, I'm gonna get to everybody. Just hold on.
Aggressive.
Hey, this house.
I'm crazy. True. Thank you, dog.
84. This house is clear, sure.
Thank you, dog. Listen, right now, if I was still out there, which I'm not, if I was still out there, I would take a chick that worked at a Chick-fil-A and McDonald's if she made me happy. If she made me happy, I wouldn't care about none of that. But y'all care about it. I care about it. Wait, hold on. Miss Polly, you don't care, Miss Polly, all right? Gosh, man, that question got something out of you. I don't know what it is. But hold on. Now, this is what we're gonna do, okay? I'm gonna go to Miss Polly first because she just came up here. So Miss Polly, go ahead and go first. Then we're gonna go to Lady E.
Oh
then
my
Lola.
gosh, yo.
Miss Polly, go ahead, yo.
Bro,
Thank you,
it
True.
works every time.
Miss Polly, why you capping?
Hey, wait, I go because I left
Salute to
the
Rush.
thing on. My phone. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I fixed it. Okay.
You good?
Deter you from being great all day. Please come over here and be my house husband, please. That's what I'm trying to.
What in the hell?
Come be my house husband. I'm gonna treat you right. I'm gonna buy you stuff. We're gonna have sex. It's gonna be great. Please do.
What is going on right now?
No.
I need that.
Yeah.
Stop. Don't do that.
Listen.
Don't make it toxic for everybody.
G, what up, boy?
What up, man? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Miss Polly. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm
Continue,
trying to
Cap.
tell you, it works every time. Man.
Wait. Hold on, True. I don't think Miss Polly was finished capping though.
Mm.
Go ahead, Miss Polly.
But I answered the question. I said none. I want a house husband.
Well, what?
None.
Miss Polly, do you know? So I just want to make sure that you understand, right? What a house husband is. It's a broke man that does all the chores, do all the laundry, make sure he folds your bras and all that stuff. Okay, so
That
is
sounds like a nigga I want. Yes.
That sounds like a
Yes.
homosexual.
Yes.
That's a homosexual that you're talking about. Okay, hobo. All right. So
I need
I
him.
don't think you know what
Where he at? Where he at?
hey, you know they
I
say
need him.
kids are the
Bring
thorniest
him
things.
here.
Hey, M3. Now this is the last thing, and I'm gonna let everybody go around before the next time I say something.
Well, you
So,
can't,
Miss
you
Polly.
guys can't hate on me in my opinion.
No.
Don't put down the fact
Nobody's
that I
hating
want
on you.
something. I said
Nobody. Miss
I want a
Polly.
house husband. If
Miss
you
Polly.
that she'd be fine.
Miss
When
Polly.
I said I want a house
Polly
husband,
want a
there's
house
nothing wrong with my
Miss Polly. Hi. How you doing? Hello. Is she still there? Hey. All right. So your answer is applicable. Okay. Nobody's taking that away from you. But I have a quick question. If a man doesn't work,
Okay.
what is he good for then?
To be a house husband, I guess.
All the stuff you just named prior to.
Huh?
He can do all the stuff I can do in the house. He's helpful. He's a team player. He can be awesome. He can help me with raising these children. Everything. He can high five me, give him hugs, family in general. All the stuff a housewife, he did that. Because I want to be the one working. I want to bring in some money. I want to high five them. We spend shit together. We go on trips. Let's do it, baby. Where you at? Please put your name in the comments.
Okay.
Wow.
I just want to let you know, Lady Mr. Sean does not agree with you. I could tell, but they're quiet. So,
Well, I was trying to see if Miss Polly was one of the 2% of women out in this world, but she's not. She's on her own plateau. She's on her own plateau.
Seriously, she is. All right, so Lady E, we're gonna go to Lady E, Lola, and then my man Razik. Man, I'm so glad he up here, man. Lady E, go
That's
ahead.
not true. That's not true. Don't do that. People who would love.
wait, hold on, Miss Paul. You already had your turn now, okay? So, rest of your polyamory, you know.
Well,
Yeah,
like I said when I answered the question, I cannot put a dollar amount on it because even for him and even for myself, including me as a working woman, I'm not okay with just making a flat rate for the rest of my life, capping out, or, you capped your salary for the rest of your life. You're going to more than likely move on and find something better. Now, do people fall down? Yes, they do. But when you're in that relationship with that person, my husband, he loses his job, he gets laid off, Yeah, he's gonna go and look for another job, but I have to do what I have to do to make sure I hold the household together financially until he can get back on his feet. I don't understand. Like the question really is irrelevant.
Okay, let me say this right. I thought that
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. I just want to give a quick shout out to Big Rick Slaps. You see you in the building, dog. What up? Go ahead, Lola.
I was gonna say I thought that Truth's question was geared more towards, well, at least the last question was geared more towards, okay, is there equal amount of energy going into everybody's played position? And what I'm saying is this: there is some people that will expect 100% out of you, and then they will only be given 43%. There's some people like that. But then there's some people that is matching that. Like, so when you say, well, women will expect you to hold down a job, but then they don't want to that they're better at this and better at that. It's not about being better at anything. It's about what is your job function? What are you supposed to do? Are you doing that? Yes or no? And I will be honest with you. I mean, most men, as statistics say, they feel like women, the women that they with, aren't as good in bed as they think they are. But to be honest with you, it's the same going back. People don't be telling people the truth all the time. It's like that, and I mean, but so what do you expect? My thing is this: as a man, you expect yourself to pay your rent so that you won't be homeless. At the end of the day, that's what everybody's expecting out of you. And honestly, I mean, it's like if you're not getting the same energy back that you're putting into a household or a relationship, then if you're not demanding that back, that is a you problem. And I get it. We all have our times where we let stuff slip, but that is a you problem. But that don't say, well, women expect you to be 100 and then they know they don't have to give 100. No. Most women know they in competition. Even when they married to you, they competing with the side chick, the chick that you peeping at, that you ain't sleeping with, the chick that you thinking with, that you didn't get with from your past. She in competition with that chick. She in competition with the chick that you had sex with, that you really like, but you didn't marry the chick. She's always in competition, and she knows that. And it's like a lot of times women, we be overcompensating because we already know what the playing field is. So it's like it's really like unfair to just blanketly say women expect you to do this but women don't do this. It's like that's too wide of a brush.
Yeah.
I got one more 84. You ready? All right, ladies. What is the job of a man? Well, let me not say that. What is the job of a man, husband, and father?
Why are you asking us? We women, yeah?
Great answer. Great answer. So y'all heard that, right? 84 was Zeke. M3. So they should never comment anything because they are not men. Okay, so let's move on to the next thing.
No. Understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is this. I know what a father is. I know what a man is. I know what a man is not. I know what a boy is. But it's not my place to tell you in either case what that is. But rest assured, if I notice you being something that you're not, or not living up to what you're living up to, I will make it change. Like that will happen. I might not tell you, but that will happen. And if I grace you enough to say, hey, you kind of falling off here, you might need to get back up on this. I'm only doing that out of grace. But honestly, as a woman, I'm fully aware of when a man ain't being or when a man being a bitch. But is it my job to sit and make him man up? No, it's not. That's other men's job. But don't think I don't know what it is. I'm fully aware. Like, for real, I can speak on it, but I won't to a large degree because really I don't get paid to do that. That's not my job. It's my job to sift out who's a bitch and who not. Stuff like that.
Okay. So, but y'all know y'all want them to be ambitious. Got it. Okay, so all right, so we're not going to answer. What about you, E? You side with Lola on that one? Please say yes. Please, I'm begging. because this would be my second strike.
Ask the question again.
What is a man, husband, and father? What is his duties? What is his role? What is it he's supposed to do?
For me?
Yes, for you.
Contributor to the household. He's the leader of a household. He assists in raising the children together with the wife. More of being a leader.
Okay. So you guys heard that. See, this is another thing. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. See, this is another thing. See, this is where I'm gonna show y'all where the unfair, where it's not 100-100 or 50-50 or whatever everybody say. Because the role of a man, technically, is to go out there and get that paper. And if y'all want him to go out there and get that paper, guess what? All the other things where back in the day where granddaddy used to go out and work hard, he didn't come in and bother with no fucking kids at all.
That's a lie.
No.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
No.
That's a lie.
No.
That's a lie. That's a lie. We come from different cultures.
No.
That's a lie. We come from different cultures. We coming from a different culture. So no, you cannot say that. But this is America. This is America where you have different cultures.
We're talking about majority of the people. We're talking about majority of the people that actually had real men that go into these factories back in the day that went to war. They came home with their funky ass feet, got their plate of food, and grunted and farted. They did not help us with no fucking homework. They did not change no fucking diapers. They didn't feed no babies no fucking bottles. They bring that paper home.
My father did.
Okay? So again, these are things. This is the problem that he might have did it. And guess who else did it? You're speaking to one of them. But that means I did the woman's job in my job.
Sometimes you have to.
Okay, so sometimes and this is the problem. This is what guys are trying to say. It is not fucking even. We do way more than you guys every fucking time. We got to go to work. We got to put up with y'all shit. We got to live up to y'all standards. And we got to be essentially a fucking mother that changes diapers, clothing, take strolls on a fucking walk, go to PTA meetings, all this type of damn shit, do homework, and go to work, and deal with the shit outside, worry about somebody blowing our fucking head off, worry about you thinking that we're fucking another woman, making sure that we be ambitious and get way more fucking money, and live this crazy ass life till we fall the fuck apart.
And a woman.
Hold on. We're gonna clip that shit. Hold on.
And there's nothing nobody up here can say but to say you can create an argument.
No, I'm not going to create an argument.
If we get 100 men up here.
Wait a minute, Truth. What you just
about
said.
men. If we're talking about men, like you said. If we get 100 men,
let them finish.
If we talk about men,
I ain't about to monologue shit. Y'all gotta go to work.
We talking about men, like how you said.
We're not just talking about men, because if you was just talking about men,
we're talking about men.
We're not talking about men, though.
Talking about men.
No, we're not.
We're talking about men.
We're not talking about
men.
No, we're not.
We're talking about men. Once again, that was the initial question. What is a man? What is a husband?
What we are talking about.
That was my question. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, hold on for a second, everybody. Everybody, hold on for a second. All right, hold on. All right, Truth. After we get to your point, right, I'm gonna give you at least a minute, right, because we do have to get to Razi.
Yeah. Everybody be quiet. I'll be finished. Because I'm already done. It's not for nobody.
Hold on, Lola. Hold on. I'm putting the time out there. So
you already were talking for 4 minutes. Like, give them extra minute. It's like, yo, that's a
hold on now, okay? Because we'll do the same thing for you as well too. All right.
I don't need a monologue.
You ain't talking.
Hold on, everybody. Okay, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Everybody, chill the fuck out. All right. Truth, you got 1 minute, right, to finish up your point. I'm getting to Razi. Go ahead, Truth.
Yes, sir. So, like I was saying, men out here, we have to do way more. We have to do the woman's job, our job, and live up to her standards. If not, we get divorced. And that has nothing to do with cheating or being abusive. I'm finished.
First off, it's not a. First off, hold on, Razik.
Hold on. No, Razik is next, y'all. Y'all gotta be patient.
I wanted to interject because if I can't,
hold on.
Wait,
Hold
no,
on.
no. You could interject after we get to Razik, because then we don't want nobody rebuttal. Razik, go ahead and if you're still around, I want to make sure he's here first though, because I know we've been talking for a minute. Razik, you still here?
Razik, what up? You here?
He's on mute.
No, I know you're on mute, but hold on. He might be driving, so all right. Or maybe he probably froze because I can't really tell. All right, Razik. We'll put him in the back.
You should go to Kings and Dreams next because he just came in.
Shoot. My bad, bro. I forgot.
Y'all got that. I was like, okay, go ahead and finish talking. I gotta get ready to go a little bit.
I got you, Lola. Okay, hold on, Lola. Kings and Dreams, are you still here?
Yeah, man. What's going on?
Yeah, my bad, bro. I forgot that you was here because I'm used to.
I just popped in like 2 minutes ago, so I just got here. But salute to the panel, salute to everybody. You know what's going on?
What's good,
How's everybody doing?
Chilling.
Good.
Hey man, don't move me. I like being in between the two ladies, man. I was.
Okay. My bad, player. You know.
I'm only joking. I don't know what I walked into, but it was getting a little tense in here, so I kind of wanted to make everybody chuckle a little bit at least.
I feel you though.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on, but I just was coming here to say what's up. So. I just literally ended my live, so I have no idea what's going on.
So from what you heard, from what you've been hearing, what do you think? Just the
only thing I heard was I like, so as I was trying to like log in, I did hear Lola mention about how like the women know that they got to compete. I mean, they were at a time, yes, but nowadays, and I left a comment in the chat. Basically, what I said was that like it's a combination of men and women, because like, yeah, some women know that they have to compete, but the thing is that society has basically neutered men to the point of where like there's a lot of soft ass men out here, and like they have not put their woman in a position to compete. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be like that. So, like in theory, what Lola is saying is correct, but it's not correct in nowadays terms. So, what I'm saying is not what she's saying is wrong, but it's wrong right now. You get me? So, what I'm saying is that like we got to bring this masculinity back, because like too many dudes are soft, too many dudes are emotional, too many dudes are feminine. Like you guys saw what I did about with the guy getting stuck at the airport. And that dude was a fucking beta male, man.
Yeah. I saw that live stream that you did. I was like, because I was gonna ask, like, was that with someone that you personally knew? But I for sure that wasn't. Yeah.
No, I didn't know the guy personally, but like I did that live because like, and it wasn't like to embarrass him, but like he embarrassed himself first of all, because he did the live, right? So he embarrassed himself first of all. But the thing is like, he acted so emotionally. First of all, you were ill prepared, didn't bring enough money. You spent too much money tricking off. Hey, listen, I don't care if you want to trick, do what you do. But the thing is like you do that, then you get to the airport late, then you try to curse them out, and so like initially they tried to charge him like for a whole new flight. Okay, understood. You know what? Like I was only like 5 minutes late, whatever. But they said that you got to pay $100 fee or whatever. Then you basically did like a GoFundMe, and you crying on camera. Then you was about to you tried to be cool, telling people like you were about to fight one of the supervisors. And it's like, dude, you only have $15 in your pocket. You talking about you can't eat. you crying and you about to fight people. Like, dude, like, yo, you see what I'm saying? Like, man, like the feminization of men is crazy.
Yeah, that's how they, you know, and that relates to when people they pick their own struggle, but it's like you choose your struggle,
right?
And you don't come prepared. Like, I mean, look, I'm not trying to judge, like, you know, this ain't no judgment on like Passport Bros, but I don't. When I saw the video, my mind was like, okay, I don't think that he's like a actual experience, like, you know, man who actually travels, because
no
men who travels usually they come with like money already prepared. Like, they don't, like, here's the thing, he kind of fitted the stereotype of what women would try to say to bash Passport Brothers as broke men that go out and travel with no direction. And he kind of proved that point, unfortunately.
Right.
But that was due to his ignorance. But that's one person out of many other people who travel, like, let's say Austin Holloman or you or whoever else, right? That, you know, travels like a lot of different countries. You're not going to come out there broke or not having some type of income for your visa or whatever. That's just me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
I absolutely. I mean, well, the thing is that, like, yeah, like, I mean, I've been traveling for a long time. Yeah. Sorry, Lola. My fault. I'll get back to the topic I had. My bad. But I'll say this really quick. So, I've been traveling for a long time. So, like, I obviously I know what I'm doing. But the thing is, it's like, even if someone hasn't traveled as long as I have, like just as a man, basic principles, going somewhere, you should already be more than prepared. Like you are traveling thousands of miles from your home and you don't have enough money. Like, you couldn't even get something to eat. Like, you had to basically get paid, you know, from your subscribers to get something to eat. And it was just so embarrassing. But, you know, I'll leave it there. Sorry about that, guys and ladies. Get back to the conversation.
How you doing, Sherrod?
My guy,
hey man, stop moving around. Just calm down, bro, because you keep like moving up and down like a seesaw, B. Just calm down, man.
Rock, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I was
okay.
Man, I'm just listening, man. Listening. I'm just listening.
So hold on. We're gonna go to Lola, and then we're gonna go to Sherrod. Lola, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
What I was trying to tell the truth is that, and he wasn't listening to my words. He was listening to what he thought I was saying. When I said we are not talking about men, I meant as in all of us here, as in me and him. I'm not here to just talk about men. Y'all can do that without me and Lady E. You're like all day offline. You don't need me to talk about men. I mean, honestly. So that's what I meant by we are not talking about men. We are talking about people. So if you're talking about a man, the question now becomes, well, who are you talking to? Because it's definitely not me. My second point to what he said is everything that he named, every single point he named that men have to do, women name the same points and have the same counter argument that if I got to go out there and work and I got to go put my life on the line and have your children, and keep in mind, technology is the only thing between most women dying in childbirth and not. It's like women could feel the same exact way, but men don't want to hear that. So if men don't want to hear that, imagine how much we want to hear from y'all on the same point. At the end of the day, everybody needs a break from everything they're doing. Women need a break from taking care of children. Okay. Just because we take care of children don't mean children are not irritating to us as they are to you. Women don't like changing Pampers just because we're women. That's not what it is. We're splitting tasks. Women don't like working, even though, I mean, we can work. Like, we don't like for real. Like, nobody likes being tired. Men don't like being tired, even though they're built to fucking work. Like, seriously. So at the end of the day, everybody needs a break. And my thing is this: at times, no matter what ethnicity you are, what background you come from, at times you're gonna have to take on more than your regular task. We all do this at work and we don't complain. That's in the job description. Okay. You fill in where needed. However, you don't get paid to do somebody else's job, and we don't complain about that. So what I'm not going to sit and listen to is grown men complain to me that every now and then they got to come in and deal with their own children. Fuck out of here. That's first of all. Now, lastly, and I'll let y'all go ahead and finish with this, I'll say this. When it comes to you being a man in a household or not, whatever the case may be, as a black man, we have never, and let me repeat, we have never had a culture where men only did what white men do, which is go out, maintain one income while we at home sitting pretty. No, we have culturally always worked side by side and came back home and had to do everything and split tasks and then go back outside and do it all again like we men. We've always had to work just as hard as men, if not harder. Okay, like that's been our culture in this country since we got here at Plymouth Rock, period. And that's nobody's fault, but that is the culture we come from, whether we like it or not, whether it's wrong or right or not. So at the end of the day, can't nobody sit and tell black women, oh, well, you know, this ain't your job, or this is what you're supposed to be doing. At the end of the day, we doing what we have to do. We don't really have a choice. We really don't. And right now, with most Americans living paycheck to paycheck, I wish somebody would get on this panel and act like, well, I'm not doing my job if I got to come home and help you, and then vice versa. I wish somebody would. Like, stop. Like, just stop. Like, that's not where we at as a people, okay? Like, we need to really deal with reality. Reality is everybody's in the struggle at some point. Even if you making $100,000 a year, if something happened to your leg or you went blind, you would be in deep shit. So it's like, come on, like let's not do that. I get your overall point that men shouldn't have to feel like, well, all the time they got to do two jobs all the time because they don't have no help. If you don't have no help, you need to make change, period. Like real quick. Same thing on the woman's side. But it's like, if you have to fill in more than your 100% sometimes, that's just what comes with the territory around here. And if you don't like it, stay single and don't make no kids. Like, it's really, really that simple. And I'm done.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lola X.
Lola Welcome X. Congratulations, everyone.
She brought up the Malcolm X. She said Plymouth Rock. She brought up the Malcolm X.
No, real quick, right? Look, you're about to rebuttal, right? I'll allow you to rebuttal. But after that, we got to get to Mr. Sherrod.
It's my turn now.
Oh, you said anybody rebuttal?
No, I said I'm
now.
What? Ladies, okay.
What'd you say, MJ?
Okay. So I guess nobody hear me. Truth. I was saying I was going to allow you.
Oh yeah.
To rebuttal, but
hold on. Lola waited patiently. You know what I'm saying? We should let Sherrod go next. Truth, we gotta wait patiently. If Lola waited patiently, he need to wait patiently too. He need to be fair.
I agree.
Okay. As far as y'all cool, because I'm thinking this is like, you guys' debate or whatever. So.
Oh no.
All right, well, cool. Because I was gonna say just rebuttal and make it quick, but Sherrod, that's even better. Go ahead, Mr. Sherrod. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing good, man. How everybody doing? Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm
doing good, family.
Kind of, listening from the outside looking in, but man, from this point, I don't really deal with absolutes, man. You know what I mean, in relationships, because what happens is you get into this war or battle about whose job is what, who's supposed to do this, who's supposed to do that, and at the end of the day, we're going to end up doing things that we don't. Both of us are going to end up doing things that we don't really want to do, but the man is going to ultimately do more. I mean, when it comes time to climb on that roof shit, you know what I mean? It's more than likely it's going to be the man. If somebody's breaking in the house, more than likely it's going to be the man that take that bullet first. So, I mean, we can war about what it is, but we all know what it is, man. You know what I mean? You're going to be ridden like a horse until your back's swaying and it's time to go in the barn. That's what I think, and then men traditionally die first before the women because of that reason, because we work absolutely to the bone and to the death. And that's just what it is, from my standpoint. Pretty much short and sweet.
Yes, sir. Truth, go ahead. Right. Truth, go ahead, and then Lady E.
Yeah, so the reason why I brought the reason why I stated that is because I stated what is called the truth of what actually happens, which you said, Sherrod. Men do more. But the narrative is that women will say that they do way more than men, and it's not true. Now, back in the day, yes, they did. They worked and they took care of home, while the men came. All they did was bring home the bacon. Now, what it is now men have to be these super dads, which is actually asking them to be way more feminine now, to step into these feminine roles because that's what it is. And it takes a whole nother level. On top of that, you still got to start reaching your earning potential, which means you got to far exceed yourself. So you got to do the woman's job, you got to cook, you got to clean, you got to go out here and battle with other men. Then you got to come home and battle. Basically, you competing with your daggone wife at home. Then you got to do tons of things, tons of things. And this is the reason why so many people are getting burnt out. But this goes into why we have to vet very strenuously. And do not get with someone. You got to ask them questions about their background. You got to ask them women about their fathers. What did their father do? Because more than likely, she's going to expect you to do that type of stuff. If our father did all those things, came home and changed their diapers and ass and worked and all that type of stuff, guess what? You're going to have to be fucking Superman. If you're not up to that task, you need to say, fuck it. That pussy is not worth that much. Somebody else can deal with that shit. And let's see if they actually can find somebody else to deal with all that shit. Your job is to go find somebody that is for you, that's going to appreciate who you are, that's going to appreciate you doing what you have to do as a man first. And then if you do extra, then it's much more appreciated, which means that woman is going to say, you know what? I have a man that actually helps me way more than what he actually is supposed to do with his actual divine role of a masculine man. He steps into my role, into this feminine role to do certain type of things, to help me out, to make me more comfortable. And then on top of that, he has to continuously be ambitious. He has to continue this to supersede himself over and over and over again. The main thing that I have a problem with is, and this is the narrative that's going around, and for some reason people keep saying this, and it's the absolute wrong. Your purpose is not what you do or what you have. It's who you freaking are. It has nothing to do with the job you do. Because the job structure was created by the government we have. It's this TV show called TWD, The Walking Dead. And the greatest part about that show is shows you if all the freaking infrastructure shuts down and we go back to just nature, the fundamental of man and woman, where money doesn't exist, it's not a currency no more. Survival, the barter system, those type of things. It shows you actually what their purpose is. The guy Glenn, he was a pizza delivery driver. The reason why he was great at what he did, he was great at logistics, mapping out, traveling, stuff like that. That's who he is. That's why he was still great, even though he was no longer in a daggone pizza car. This is the type of stuff that's going around is men are being told by society and females that their purpose is what they do and what they have and not who they are.
Okay, cool.
Lady E.
Thank you.
Lady E, it's on you.
Okay. I'm just gonna say this. Since some people feel that we need to go back to, the guy goes to work, he comes home, he takes his shoes off, won't have to deal with the kids, don't interact with the kids, eat his meal, fuck his wife, whatever. If that's your ideal way of how a household should be ran, you cannot get mad if a woman gets fed up and she leaves you and she takes half and she takes the kids. You can't get mad. The kids are gone because you don't interact with them. You cannot get mad, okay? Because you chose not to interact with your family because you felt like that's not your duty as a father or a husband. I know as a kid growing up, my dad went to work. He came home. I was the first one running into his arms. My arms was always around his neck. Not one time I ever heard my dad tell my mama, come get this girl, or even my dad to say, get off of me. I just got off from work. He was happy to see me. He was happy to pick me up. I never had to get out of his way. I never bothered him. My dad never told me, get away from me. You're aggravating me. I just got home from work. Like, it doesn't, what Truth said doesn't make any sense to me. We talk about how we want to bond with our families and all of these things. If you're going to bond with your kids, you have to talk to them. You have to interact with it. What's wrong with doing homework with your kid? There's nothing wrong with doing that. It doesn't make you feminine. It's just you're interacting with your child. Our time is limited when we come home from work. We spend more time with our coworkers than we spend with our own families.
Damn.
I want to know how my kids, whether if I'm a male or female, I want to know how my kid's day at school was. Every time I pick up my son from work, I want to know how his day was at work. When they come home from school, I want to know. So as a father, you don't want to know how your kid's day was at work, or what you're learning in school, or what you learned in science. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
No, we don't want to know. We tired. We carry the whole world on our shoulder. We don't want to know. Let me tell you something. The less things we got to do, the better. We got to carry the whole world on our shoulder. We got to worry about people busting us over the head. We got to worry about police brutality. And if you're a successful man of color, a lot of times you're in an industry where there ain't really no black people. So no, we don't want to deal with them little bastards. We don't. That's your job. All right? We don't.
Well, then stop shooting up the club. Stop shooting up the club. Stop shooting up the club. Stop shooting up at the club.
We gonna stop shooting them nothing. All right?
No, you don't shoot those clubs up.
Salute.
Don't shoot those clubs up.
Yeah. No, I'm saying we're gonna do what we gotta do. Y'all do y'all job. That's the problem. Y'all do y'all job. And listen, and I'm so sick of women saying,
Mr. Best, you're such an instigator, though. Stop instigating.
Let me finish. I'm so tired of women saying, don't tell a woman how to be a woman. I'm damn right gonna tell you how to be a woman. I'm a man, I delegate. That's what we do. We delegate. So we're gonna tell you what to do. If you don't like it, then what it is.
But you don't want to deal with it.
I ain't got it. The only orders, listen, this is what you gotta understand. The only orders you gotta take is from God. If you're not God, we ain't hearing you. Straight up.
God don't give
what it is.
Yeah.
And the other thing, you don't want to. The men don't. Wait, hold up. I gotta say one more thing. I have to say one more thing, and then I'm gonna let it go. Okay. The chief complaint that we have now, a lot of men are saying that boys don't have their fathers in their life, but yet you want to come home and not interact with him. Well, how is he supposed to learn from you?
Right.
By watching people work and bust my ass every day. That's how you gonna learn.
84.
You ever seen the movie Fences? You ever seen the movie Fences when the little boy came up, Denzel? He said, "You don't like me." He said, "Don't worry about how if I like you or not. I provide for you, right? You got food and you got clothes on your back, right? You got food to eat, right? That's how we know. That's how I knew my grandfather loved me, because he provided. He didn't need to give me a goddamn hug."
84.
Right? Wait. Truth. Hold on for 1 second, right? Now, okay, I have one, right? You know, the best solution is to not have children. I look.
Oh,
right?
shit.
I know you said that 2 times though, right? So I definitely do agree, right? But let's just say if I accidentally pop up a son or daughter, or whatever, right? You know, as a I'm not a father, but if I was a father, right? You know, I would be on my kid's ass or whatever, only because as of the world of today, right? Look, you got to worry about the teachers. You got to worry about the media. You know, hell, you damn for sure can't even trust your wife or to like raise your kids. You know, because you know why? Feminism, okay, was spread as poison.
Damn.
Okay, yes, All right, feminism in the world will spread the corrupted seed. Okay, and I damn for sure, right? It's gonna be monitoring a son if I have one. All right, yes, Rush. We do stay sucker free, but goddamn it, I am not about to like grow up as a dad and then find out later that my son became a sucker, only because I wasn't present to teach him the ways of life of how to be a man. He's gonna be under my watch. Look, damn it, I'll bring him to work if I have to, you know. And I wish somebody would stop me. All right, I am not about to let no kid of mine, all right, get corrupted by the wicked ways of this freaking society. Hell no.
All right, M3. So this is why I say and I ask things specifically. I didn't say don't interact with the daggone child at all. I said just don't do the daggone mother's job. See, let me tell you.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said. You said the children leave. No, because no, he's lying. He's lying.
Okay, well, hold on. Let him say what he have to say, right? And we'll go back to it. Just write it down.
Yeah, please let's go back to it.
Okay, hold on.
Y'all know I always win this.
Okay.
So, once again, don't do a feminine female's job of changing diapers, washing ass, feeding bottles. That is what I said.
That's not a feminine job.
All right, so I heard you, but I'm gonna continue.
Who washes your ass when you come home from work?
Ladies. Okay, Lola, don't let them trigger you. Don't get triggered. All right.
No, let them get triggered. I'm trying to show y'all something. Because that's why
I'm trying to show anything.
Shit. Shit, I'm showing everything right here. Shit. So, like I'm gonna keep saying,
definitely showing a lot.
Hey, lady, I wish you was came up at that moment, right? Because I love to see your dimples when you're angry, though. But look, let truth talk, all right, please.
Hey, so once again, the fathers that we grew up with, grandfathers that we grew up with, we watched them shave themselves. We watched them work out in the yard, in the garden. We helped them clean up. That's what men do. They don't need to come around and do the female's job. Boys watch what their fathers do. Go to work. Come and fix things in the household. Work with their hands. If somebody comes to my grandmother's porch acting an asshole when they were supposed to be doing something, you went out there and knocked their ass out. That's how we learned. But like I said, when it comes to doing everything, men do way more than women, especially nowadays. And if they don't, then you heard what she said. She didn't say anything else. You can find something else to do with the kids. They said, if you don't do what I think you should do, not because you a bad husband, not because you ain't go to work, not because you ain't come in there and fuck their brains out, anything like that, I'm taking your child.
Most men don't live with their child to be taken.
No, that's not what I said. That is not what I said. You keep saying. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said if that's the case, if that is the case, no. What I said was no. No, because he's always talking. So no, I'm speaking right now. I got this right now. What I said was, if that is how you feel, then you cannot be mad if she takes the child. I didn't say I was taking the child, because first of all, I wouldn't marry somebody who feels that way. Okay? I wouldn't marry somebody that feels that way.
Somebody else to do something that you're not going to do, right?
So, wait, what you say?
I said you're suggesting somebody do something that you're not even going to do, which is the typical.
What is that?
You just said, not me, but I suggest them. That's what you said. You said, I'm not going to do that. That's what you said. I misquote you. Okay.
Because I won't be marrying someone like that.
Exactly. And that's my whole goddamn point.
But what I'm saying is, if that's how you feel, if a woman puts up with that, at some point in time, if she does get fed up with it, you cannot be mad if she takes the kids and leaves. That's all I'm saying.
I can't, because you know why? Because the child, unless the child say, Daddy, you don't do shit with me. I don't feel that you love me, and I don't love you, Daddy.
The child ain't even allowed to speak to you.
Who said that?
You just said when you come home that you're not supposed to be bothered with the kids. The kids don't bother you. You
Did I
come
say
home.
that they don't speak to him? No, that's not what I said. I said he doesn't have to say shit, but come home and fart. I didn't say the kids wasn't on him, kissing them. We loved our grandfather. I love my father. I love my grandfather. I found it funny as hell. That I kissed him, they kissed me. I felt love when they raised me to be a fucking man. That's what I felt love.
Lady E, let me ask you. Lady E, what percentage of black men are coming home to a house where a wife lives in it? What percentage do you know of black men coming home where there is a wife and children in it, in the population we're in? Name me that, lady.
With her being a stay-at-home wife?
Right. What's the percentage of black men in our culture that you
very, very, very small, especially in today's day and age. There's two people. It's a two-parent household, working household.
So, Lady E, when we say, so when someone says, okay, when black men today come home, they got to deal with we're talking about a very small portion of black men, which means in turn that most black men don't have to come home to children. You know why? Because the children is in the custody, the physical custody of the woman. They coming home and doing them and getting their kids when the fuck ever. That's what most men are doing today. Now, when my grandfather was young, at the age of 19, they were coming home to families. Now they could be 50 years old talking about something. I'm waiting to find the one. Meanwhile, they still out here fucking off. And that's most of them, not even half. Most of them. So here's the reason why that's the reason why I can't listen to people talking about, well, when men come home, they got to deal with this. At the end of the day, men are built to take more, period. So I'm not gonna listen to no female complain that they gotta have babies and it's so hard. I'm not listening to that shit. Okay?
I agree with you, because when you sit there saying we go out into the world.
But wait, and vice versa, if I'm not going to listen to a female complain about her natural position, I'm not going to listen to a dude complain about his natural position to say, but we do more. Do you want to do the same as a bitch or not? That's what I'm saying.
Now, this goes into what 84 was saying earlier. Then that man should be able to do what the fuck he want to do because he can do more.
That ain't reality.
Now I agree. You're right. A man does more. Don't complain about it. And don't complain about it when he's going to get something else.
I've never heard anybody.
Wait, guys, wait, Mr. Best, before you say something, right? Hold on, guys. Let me answer Lola's question because she did ask.
That man is Superman. He deserves it all.
Yeah, hold on.
That's not being Superman.
Hold on, right? Lola, let me answer your question, right? Because
I didn't ask a question.
You did. You asked Lady E a question, right?
No. That was rhetorical. I asked her what is the percentage of men in our culture that we know today that comes home to a wife? Okay.
That's the question. Yeah, okay.
Hold on, M3. That was a rhetorical question to set the precedent for when people say this is what men have to deal with. In reality, that statement is flawed, because you're talking about a small percentage of men, period, that might deal with that. So what we're not going to do is act like most men is dealing with that circumstance to create a false narrative. They have.
I'm just only provide. Okay, look. I'm going to just provide the answer, wherever it was rhetorical or not. I choose to still answer it just for the people who are watching. And as of 2020, right, which is not 2022 or 2023, right, the most information I got was 38.9% of black families that, however, lives in the household where the man works and the woman stays at home. Both parents do work, right? But the number is 61.1%. That was all I was going to just add on to that. So,
okay, so what you saying is there's a higher number of proportionate marriages where both are working. Okay, both are working. That doesn't. But wait a minute, M3, chill out. That doesn't change what I'm saying. What I'm saying is at the end of the day, most men ain't doing none of that shit. Most women, according to these men on the flip side, got physical custody of these children, because 70% of children do not live with their father. Okay, 70%. And we know that number's probably higher. So let's not act like men are coming home to their kids.
I'll give you the stats we talking about.
Get out of here.
And wait, can I also throw this?
Wait, hold on, guys, hold on. And according to the stats, right, the 61% are like married couples who have children that's under 18 that's living with them.
Courtney did the breakdown.
So now most people are married. Is that what you're saying, M3? Most people are married in the United States?
No, that's not what the stat is. It says most. It says with children.
I don't care what they got in their house. Are you saying that most men are married in the United States? Yes or no?
I'm talking about black men. Okay.
Okay. Are you saying that most black men? Hold on. Are you saying that most black men are married in the United States?
I'm giving you the answer. 61.1%. That's your answer right here.
Okay. 60. Hold on, because I'm gonna roll with that. 61% of black men are married, right? Because see, when I'm gonna tie you to that 61% in a minute.
You can all you want to.
You gonna get tied to that?
You can tie me all you want to. You know, I like getting tied down. Well, no.
Okay, so if 60, if more than half of all black men, if more than half of all black men are married, they can't be also virgins and single too. So y'all gonna have to pick a fucking struggle.
No, that's
okay. I'm only
trying to take something.
Right. Lola, the stats.
Wait, hold up. I gotta throw a wrench in there real quick.
Okay. So y'all gonna just cut me off on this part, huh? First of all, the stats.
Okay, but
married men.
That was a mic drop. Wait, hold up. And three. Your stat came from 2020. That was in the pandemic. And a lot of people were at home working. They weren't physically like walking out the door to go to work. So yeah, you're gonna have that higher percentage of, there's a parent at home.
So you blame the pandemic, right? So numbers go.
So a lot of people didn't work at home during the pandemic. Am I right or am I wrong?
Look, it doesn't matter. I'm just talking about look, 2020. All right, forget about the whole pandemic stuff. All I'm just mentioning is that, like, for married folks, right? Okay, there's a small number when it comes to families of men, right, that are actually working, and the woman is staying home. The point is, right, for most black families, right, and you know what? The stats will probably be higher too, though, as far as both parents work. Overall, case in point, right? My wife is going to work no matter what. Pandemic or no pandemic. You with me, you're going to have to work. I'm not doing all this like traditional stuff, especially when it comes to money. We're going to work together. We're going to have our kids, and then the kids, they're going to work too, maybe at an early age, But goddamn it, in this household, in the married household, everybody fucking works. All right? I'm trying to get that money up. I'm trying to get the investments up. That's how I roll.
Pick a struggle.
Yeah, you don't struggle. I ain't got to worry about no struggle. Y'all got to worry about the struggle. You
M3.
Choose your poison.
Right, that's right, M3, because you got what we want. You married already.
No. Here's the thing. All I'm saying is pick a struggle, because on one half of the side, one half of black men are
pick a struggle. The title is women have to pick a struggle.
Half of the reason why I'm saying the reason why I'm saying pick a struggle is because half of the men are saying half of the men are virgins and single. Now you're telling me more than half of men are married with children. Those two numbers don't add up. All I'm saying is I don't know what it is, but y'all gonna have to pick a side.
Watch this,
okay,
M3.
I'm not doing no comparison with single men. All right, if you want me to do a research about single men, I will put
this
for single men.
Hey, listen,
I'm just talking about married men, period. We're only doing the stats between married men and then
that's what
men
I'm about
who
to
are
say.
married and have only one wife that's not working.
I'm not doing
a single one.
But wait, here's the thing. That the argument that I'm making is either on a macro level, if we're saying that most black men are single, middle class, no children, we can't also make. Wait a minute, M3. Goddamn, we can't make the same argument in return that most men are married with children. Those two things don't align with one another. Hold on, Truth. That's one thing. M3. Two, if you're talking about the percentage, 60% of 39%. If that's what you're talking about, be clear with that. Now you're talking about smaller numbers, even the 30%. So my thing is this: if you're telling me that most black men are head of household with one income, I'm still gonna tie you to that 61%, because right now in America, if you look up the stats on the amount of households, whether you black or white, that can be sustained with one income, I need you to reconcile those numbers and pick a struggle. Like, don't make three different arguments to me. Make one argument to me and stand on it.
All right.
Well,
So
first of all, okay, go ahead, Truth.
Yeah. So what he was saying is, you got percentages. Okay. Now, percentage, there is a percentage of that percentage. Okay. So we're not talking about totality. What is it? 20 black men all together in the United States. Okay. So let's go from there, since we got to go from here to there to there. All right. So what was the number you gave? 38.7?
Yeah. So out of the general consensus as of 2020, right, within married families.
Right. That's where I'm about to go at.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah.
So we got 20 million.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we got 20 million black men. Okay, so 20 million black men. 38% out of that 20 million of us are married. That's start there. Now, what was the other context that you added to it, M3? M3?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I was muted.
What was the article that it said? The complete title line.
Look, I'll just repeat this again so nobody gets confused, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. So we're just talking about married couples, right? Remember, the percentages could heavily change if I could include single. No,
that's why I was saying. Just married.
I'm just saying married, right? So with families with children, okay.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Under 8, that's 18 and under. Okay, 61.1% have both parents working. Okay, while 38.9% of families, one parent worked and the other did not work outside of the home. Okay, so
that means the 20 million. So to break this all down, we got 20 million black men. We're going to say. Let's say 50%. I'm not even going to say 50. We're going to say 40% of us are married inside of a household with children. What was it? 61% out of that 40% is, would you say, working? My fault. 61% of that have a 2-parent household that's working. The 40% is the one that the guys is not, the ones that's working by themselves and taking care of a household. So more men have 2 incomes with their wife working inside of a marriage and the children than it is for a man taking care of a household by himself. But that 40% is high as fuck compared to what we think it is out of all married men. That's high.
40% of 40%. Is that what you're talking about?
No, 40% out of the 60. Out of the
just say 60. Just say 60. Yeah.
Okay. Let me repeat. 60% of. Okay. First off, don't confuse people that haven't taken college level math. Okay. If you're talking about on a 100 scale, okay, up the number 100, only up to 40% of men are married, period, no matter what they do. Only up to 40%, okay? Now, we all know that's not a high number when you start factoring in other stuff. But let's just go with that. 40% of men are married. What percentage of 40% is married with children? Just over 20% of the population. Just over 20%. Now, what percentage of that?
No. That's not 20%.
Wait a minute, I'm cooking math. No, you're not following the conversation. 40% of men are married. What you're saying is roughly half of those men are married and with children. And we're talking about those married men. Okay,
That's not what
only
he said.
40%, because he said 38%. I'm rounding up. 40% of men are married. Cool. What percentage of them are married, working with one income or two income with children? He's saying up to 61%. So let's cut that back down to 50%. 50% of the 40% is what? 20%. So out of 20% of men that are coming home to children, their wives are also what? Working. And there's another half where their wives are not working. So now we're talking about only 20% of black men that make up 6% of the population even qualifies for what you just said. That is not enough for me to give a fuck about when it comes to what most men are dealing with.
Well, I'm sorry. I know how to do math very well too.
Less than 10% don't get my attention.
Far incorrect. That is far
black men make up less than 10% of the population, and now you down into the 1-2%.
Once again, 20 million of us.
That's less than 10
million of us. So we go out of that number of people. 20 million people.
of the population you're talking.
He says 61% is married with children.
61% of less than 10%. Right. Now we in the single digits. Good.
Wait, what percentage of that is incarcerated too? Let's go through that since there's only 20 million.
Okay, so
that's why I didn't say we're gonna factor in anything else.
Okay, so once again, so I'm gonna break it down one more time. Real slow.
We don't need to break it down one more time. We college educated. We understand.
Well, it shouldn't be that damn hard.
I mean, just at the end of the day, we're not gonna agree with him. That's it. We just went through this.
Look, I'm not up here to agree with y'all. I don't give a fuck what y'all saying. I don't care if y'all agree with me or don't.
I could care less if you don't think you don't care. About what I think.
Lady E, it's not about agreeing with anybody. What I'm saying is this: if Truth made a blanketed statement about men in general, okay, we're talking about most men. Most men is over 50% of men, period. But if he's breaking it down by percentage, and we know that black men don't make up 50% of men in this country, let alone within our own culture. Like, we're talking about a very small group of men that come home to children, let alone marry. Now we have to ask ourselves, well, how does this apply to quote unquote most men? It doesn't apply to most men. It's the same argument.
We're talking about black, fuck white, fuck Korean, fuck Chinese.
It's the same argument that they're making about black men. Oh, wait a minute.
At the end of the day, we're just going to go around in circles.
It's the same argument that's being made about Kevin Samuels. He's speaking to most men. Hold on, Truth. Kevin Samuels spoke to most black men. However, his content only applied to less than 1% of them. This is the issue. Do not say most men are coming home to kids when we know most kids don't live with their father. Let's not be disingenuous.
Okay, so once again, what you're saying is, Courtney already did a breakdown of this with actual data from black demographics. So it already showed how many percentage of us grow up with fathers, don't grow up with fathers, how many live with single fathers and all that type of stuff. And the numbers are high. They're extremely high. So what he was saying is, out of the 20 black men, not white, not Chinese, not Korean, not Portuguese, not none. We're talking about specifically black men. 61% out of that black men, that means 39% are in jail, faggots, and all that. I already included.
Wait, hold on, pause.
Hey,
pause,
watch that word.
Yeah, we can't be saying that shit. You know, we already know how they be trying to shut shit down. So,
my fault. 39% are the alphabet crew, and all the other stuff in jail and all that already implemented. That's over there. We're dealing with the 61% that M3 was talking about. 40 or 38 point something percent is coming home to a wife where he works by himself. Out of that 61% out of the men that aren't the alphabet crew in jail and all that other stuff. That's high. That's a high percentage out of 61% that are actually
that make up less than 6% of the whole total population. Come on, Truth. Go ahead.
What are you talking about?
Black people don't make up.
I don't care about it. Y'all the one that create this race war or race debate. I'm only worried about what we doing.
What I just said that Black people, right, do not make up a high percentage out here. So we cannot sit here and act like we're 50% of the population. We're not. So if you're gonna
say 50% of the population, nobody said that.
Not finished. We're not high in population out here, so we're not going to act like we are high in anything out here, okay? First of all. Second of all, if Black men are less than Black women, we're talking about an even smaller portion of the entire population of Black people, not even people in general. Now, if we break down that smaller population into segments to say, well, only 40% of them even are married, period, and then 60% of the 40%, we cutting this number down to single digits at this point. So let's stop it, okay? At the end of the day, most children do not have their fathers in their households to come home to at all for us to be talking about who's doing what in a household. Like, let's be real.
Okay, I hear you.
Wait, hold on for a second.
One question led to a whole bunch of anger and hostility. Come on, man.
Come on, man. What are we talking about?
Real quick, though, before y'all continue, right? I just want you to check in like on Queen, and then after Queen, Kings and Dreams. Hold on, Kings and Dreams is still on here, right? Just want to make sure. But Queen, welcome to the show. You walked into like a shit show, definitely for sure. What's your intake on this, Queen? Hold on, let me ring the bell. Queen, wake up! Wake up, Queen! Wake up! Hey, Mr. West, wake up! All right, Kings of Dreams, are you still here? All right, go ahead and continue.
Yeah, so that was a great stat. We need to log that stat in there, man. As I said. As I said before, guys out here, man, vet these women. Just make sure you ask them these questions before you deal with them, man. Before you deal with them. Some of that is like, don't worry about the box. That box ain't even all that daggone good to be dealing with all that. Leave them the hell. Leave them to complain about the guys that they're going to complain about. They don't deserve good men. Let them deal with the ones that cheat on them and all that type of stuff.
But right? Let me ask you a stat question. Hey, true.
You heard it now? I knew that was good. I knew that was going to get her. I knew that was going to get her. You back now?
Hey, Truth.
I'm at work.
Hold on. Wait. Let me ask you a question. Hey, Truth. Let me ask you a question.
Man, God, you're supposed to be changed.
Wait, quick, hold on for a minute.
Hey, Truth. Let me ask you a stat question, right? What percentage of Black men are you willing to say is good by your standards?
Say that again, Lola.
I'm asking Truth a stat question in his personal opinion. What percentage of Black men, in his experience, Black men are good men by his standards of good? What percentage?
Why you gotta do that? You're being petty now.
No, I'm asking you your opinion. It's just your
none.
Oh my God. Probably like 2%.
Right, 2%. Right, 2%.
Cool.
Okay, never mind.
Well, that's a lot of y'all. So
you petty.
Y'all dogs.
You petty. You petty for that.
A lot of y'all dogs.
Okay, my fellow Baltimoreans.
You petty.
A lot of y'all dogs.
That's petty. That is petty.
You know what? Yeah, we're dogs, right? We're true dogs too. You know, hold on, matter of fact, where my dogs at?
Hey, Lola, see, you know what? You ain't right. That's petty. That's petty.
Dog pound.
That was a low blow right there. That's petty as I don't know what.
Queen,
anyway,
welcome back.
What's the topic? Because I know this is not it.
The topic is that you, Lady
She
E,
thinks she's so smart. That's okay.
And Lola has to.
Talking about Lola. She thinks she's so.
And Mr. M3, before you even try to finish that sentence, do not loop me in no combination with no other woman. Don't even do that.
before you even finish that sentence, you need to try and try
You
again.
asked me what's the topic, right?
No,
I asked you the topic.
no, I asked you the topic. The topic ain't got nothing to do with me and Lady E and Lola being in the same sentence. We are all individuals, so don't even do that.
Well, you up here now, so I'm asking you.
No,
So
I lose nothing.
So you have
retract and try again. Let's try that again.
Don't do
Let's
this.
try that again.
Don't do this. All right. You,
I ain't worried about you. You ready?
And Miss Lola, right, have to choose a struggle. Choose your struggle. All right. So
choose my struggle. I did.
Yeah.
And I'm
she
happy.
said, choose your struggle like you had to choose your weapon in a video game. Choose your weapon.
Hey.
Right.
Hey, John, stay in the comments. Mind your business. Ain't nobody talking to you.
Listen. Don't do that. Don't disrespect my peoples, all right? There's no people. You see how to get my baritone voice on. There's no more people.
Wait, Mr. Bass, you gotta play this.
Hold on. Now I'm doing a hold on. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, don't interrupt the hold on, okay? Just hold on. Y'all hold on. Okay?
Yeah, I love that, man. I love that.
You're lucky I don't have a hold on thing, though.
Oh,
I'd be like, hold the fuck up. But that would be demonetized, though. So, anyway, hold up, right? Mr. Best, man, welcome back, man. How was dinner?
I'm getting my food together right now. Go ahead, Queen. Go ahead and rock out, sister. Glad to see you up here. And I say that with a smile.
I got my security dogs ready, though.
Yeah, get them dogs on her. Sure.
Go ahead, Queen. Queen.
Oh, Lord. I guess I gotta say something crazy. Hey, y'all women. Hey, listen, y'all women. Y'all better start allowing these men to cheat. They deserve to cheat, flat out.
Well, let me put my disclaimer.
And that's why you don't have one. So keep talking. Keep talking. Women, stay away from truth. Please. And this world will be a better place.
Okay, Lady E, right? How you doing tonight, Lady E?
I'm tired.
How you going to ignore me and jump to somebody who's been up here?
You wasn't even.
Wait. Show your
No. You wait.
Don't put your finger on me because I'm going to ring your doorbell in a minute. See,
this is the problem, right? See, Queen, you just want to argue because you just want to argue for nothing. Okay, let's not argue with this one.
With you, especially.
You damn sure do.
I know, right? Look. Where's Mr. Hall of Fame at, man? Because we did get her husband, Mr. Hall of Fame or somebody, you know? Mr. Hall of Fame.
Can I say one thing real quick? Okay, it is past Lady E's bedtime. Lady E needs to go take a shower and wash her hair and dry it before the cold weather comes.
Yeah, go wash your ass.
That's something. Look, I'm a woman. That's something I know how to do.
Wash your mouth, Truth. How about that?
Yeah,
Everybody should wash their mouth.
You didn't hear her when she said it. See, you wasn't here. I just threw what she said back at her.
Be the bigger person. Why you petty penny over here? Come on, you supposed to be truth.
Queen. I gave him a dose of his own medicine, his own attitude, and he got mad.
She did. She said it earlier.
It's okay. Truth.
But good night, y'all.
Good night.
Hey,
he gonna need some Midol and a tampon.
I wasn't gonna say all that, but you know.
And I know exactly where he can stick it.
Oh no. Whoa. There it is.
This is what y'all were waiting for. This is the energy y'all wanted from me. This is the energy y'all was waiting for. Was this not the energy y'all was waiting for?
They want us to be them type of people. I told you they want us to be them type of people. See? I'm trying to tell you. It's not the women to love, man.
Wait, hold on, guys. Now, lady, you know me, right? I'm going out.
No, I'm saying, eat a man. Come up, eat a man.
Leave them in hell.
Okay, look, lady E, right? Now you know, right? I enjoy when you rest in your femininity. Okay, you know I'm not the type of guy that's like
femininity.
Okay, yeah, well, lady E rests in her femininity. Okay.
What the hell is it?
The point is, right?
Femininity.
Good night. Please.
Femininity.
Queen, okay.
What's that?
You may not believe in the part of femininity in a woman, right? But don't come in there that feminism. Okay.
Where you caping your S on your chest? I got kryptonite.
Don't let me get the holy water. Okay.
Keep it up.
Oh, maybe get the holy water.
I know you ain't got holy water.
I know the holy water right now.
You got boiling water.
He said he don't put holy water on.
He ain't got no holy water. He got that boiling water. I know what you got.
But lady E, thank you for tuning in, and try to rest in your femininity, at least
God.
a little bit. But
rest in yours.
You know what, Queen? You were such a okay? A player.
I just checked BS
right now,
okay? You ain't getting in my house with BS on your shoes.
What?
Get out of here. Get out of here.
I don't know where you
come on up. Send the prophet. Come on up.
You know, Mr. Best. I don't be going on with these unruly women, man. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it's a certain time frame or something. I don't know. If Queen, look, you might need to like.
Truth and Best just like to stir the pot. That's all. Best typically stirs the pot in the comments, and Truth just says whatever, and I'm gonna say whatever. And
Queen and True stir a pot that he don't even own. Get out of here with that. Good night. It's okay. Go buy the pot first, Truth. Before you start trying to stir.
Truth giving up those alternative facts. Good night, y'all.
Good night, y'all.
Bye.
Yeah, rest in your femininity, you ready to eat. And if you can't find it, M3 got it for you right there. What's up, Lola? How you doing?
I'm right behind Lady because I'm trying to get up.
Lola in here giving us incorrect. I don't know what college she went to. She gave us some crazy stats.
There you go.
Ask her.
She said 60% out of 40% is 6%.
Yeah, but you know, I'm tired of doing the percent. Lola be trying to confuse people on purpose.
No.
I know. She thinks she's slick.
M3. What I was saying is this: I put it on a 100 scale so people could kind of keep it basic. What I'm saying is this: if you take 40% of 100 is 40. You're talking about out of 100 people, 40% is 40 people. What is 40? What is 50% of 40 people? 20 people, right? Out of those 20 people, what we're saying is about almost all of them, 60% of them are working under one household, one income, right? So when you scale that to 100, you're down to between 10 and 17% of the total 100 of people that we're talking about that's working, married, living under children. That is not a high number, okay? That's all I'm saying is that's not a high number of people, let alone men. My alternative understanding, not fact, is, because I don't know this to be a fact, that if we're saying that 50% of all black men are single, 50% of all black men are single and virgin, leaving 50% of black men for us to be talking about, this math doesn't add up. That's all I'm saying. Now, here's the thing.
Thank you, Big Riggs. I knew I wasn't crazy.
Be quiet for a second, because you can't keep talking coming off of mute. All right. What I'm saying is this. Some of these numbers from both sides are not equaling up. Okay. Some of it is not equaling up. And my thing is this. I know what I see in my real life, but if I'm going to take what y'all are saying at face value, it has to make sense. And where it doesn't make sense, this is where I throw it all out at, because it's like, I can't do anything with something that doesn't make any sense. Point blank, period. I don't believe that most black men are holding down whole families on one income, and that income is on an average of 40K. I don't believe that. And I have my reasons for not believing that, because I live in Maryland, and I know how much the cost of living here is, and it's pretty reasonable. And that right there, it does not equal anything that I know black men are willing to deal with. Most black men would not get married working with those kind of numbers, and rightfully so. So all I'm saying is make the numbers make sense first before you give it to me. Now, either way, it doesn't really matter, because my whole point to Truth and everyone else here is sometimes you're going to have to do extra work. Same thing on the women's side. But if you're going to complain as a man that you got to do extra work, I'm wondering about you, bro. I'm wondering.
Okay. I'm just going to say this. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this just one more time, right? So based off the 60 and 40%, right? Okay, that I guess is considered whatever that's in the US, right? You know, numbers could change the more you start adding more groups in. Okay. Now, you know, you just said, right, that you think the numbers is lower as opposed to, like, you know, in regards to most black men who are married but then yet working with kids while the black woman stays home. You know, granted, remember, this was just based off of 2020, right? That's number one. Okay. Number two, the stats could be, look, even lower now these days, because right now we're in 2023. Of course, like Lady E said, in 2020, you know, that's where the pandemic and, you know, all the other stuff happened.
Don't let her do that to you.
But you also said, right, that it is also reasonable when it comes to, like, people that's living, like, in your town, like in Baltimore or whatever. So therefore, there is opportunities that more married men, okay, who have families, right, and children can still lead the household. Okay, maybe the numbers went up, maybe the numbers went lower.
I think it's interpreted what I'm saying, and some of this is my opinion, which is why I say, when I say what I don't believe, or in my opinion, I'm making that statement because at some point I have to make an opinion because I don't know. What I'm saying is this: if on one hand we're saying single motherhood is a problem in the black community, right? We can't sit and turn around and say most black men are married. Like, we can't sit and it's like, come on. If we're saying that most children, 75% now upwards of 80% of children do not live with their father, we can't say that most children are being taken care of by their father in the home if 70 or to 80% of them don't even live with their dad. All I'm saying is, whatever the truth is it's okay. But we can't make different arguments at the same time. This is why I said I think y'all need to pick a struggle, because on one hand, some men are arguing that, hey, we're not married, we're open and available, and women aren't choosing us. But then on the other end, it's like, well, no, women are choosing you, and you're taking care of your family. So which one is it? My thing is this: I don't want to talk in terms of percentages of percentages. Imagine somebody saying you can win $1 million if you're 1% of 1%. That number is so infinitely small, it's not even worth your time. So it's like, no, I don't want to get into, well, 61% of 40% and half of that percentage now down. It's like, listen. At the end of the day, okay, one income is not helping nobody here in America. Not when most people, meaning upwards of 90% of households, is living paycheck to paycheck. I do not believe one income during COVID, when there was a moratorium on rent, okay, is doing a damn thing. All right. Keep in mind, my father is a landlord. There were plenty families that he could not collect rent from where there was only one income, meaning that they wouldn't be living there if they didn't qualify under two incomes. That was in 2020. That was in 2020. 2023 to 2025, you will not have one man making less than the amount to qualify for an apartment, taking care of no one woman and in no whole house. On average of 40 to 50K a year, not even in reasonable states. You're not having that, okay? And most states have a high unemployment as it pertains to black people, especially black men. Like, let's stop with this, because these numbers are too small for me to care about.
Lola. Okay,
so M3.
Wait, hold on, Truth.
No, because I was about.
I'm only. Hold on. I'm only just stating, right? I get everything that you're saying. Keep in mind, okay? I'm only just doing comparison, okay? Based off the only data that I was only able to attain based off the 2021. And the only data I was only collecting was a comparison between black families that is not single. I'm not trying to do a whole universal of all groups together. Like if you're single, if you're married, I'm just only doing a comparison between the married black men and the married men who, are working and have have the husband and the wife working together. And as a matter of fact, just to make sure, I didn't say things backwards. 61% are the ones who are working together, while the 38.9% are the ones who are working, but they have one, but only one of the spouses are stay-at-home moms.
You're missing what I'm saying. You're missing the whole entire point, and I don't want to keep rehashing it. What I'm saying to you is this: if we know only 30% of black men are married, period. Anything that you're talking about is lower than that 30%. So at the end of the day, it's like most black men, period, and I'm only talking about black men, most black men can't even have the conversation we're having. So why in the world would we be talking about it? The only reason why single motherhood is a problem is because of the high number, not because single motherhood never existed. When single motherhood was at 15%, it was not a problem. It existed, but it wasn't a problem. Nobody gave a shit, and nobody gives a shit when single motherhood is at 15%. We only give a shit is because it's over 50%, and now it's having a significant impact on society. Less than 30% of people, let alone a specific population, is not enough for us to sit here and have a blanketed conversation about most black men and most black families and most black people. It's not most nothing. So my thing is, why am I even here? My father is one of the few men that I know in my life that qualify under what you were saying. But keep in mind, he owned his house. It was paid for. He was making equivalent of $90,000 a year on a paid for house with 3 cars paid for, and he's a landlord. So my father was floating on most people in a top 1 percentile. At the end of my father doesn't represent most black men. So it's like, come on, I don't want to talk about the 1% of the 2% of the 30%. No, I want to talk about what affects most black people.
They can't.
All right, so what affects most black people?
I'm gonna let you rock. I'm gonna let you rock. Hold on. I'm gonna let him. Truth is rocking. I love when Eater Man comes up here. Hold on. I love when Eater Man comes up here and he shakes his head. I love that. We gonna have to make a meme of that shit. I love that when you do that, bro. That shit is so funny. Go ahead, Truth. Let me go get an Eater Man.
So yeah, because I'm gonna say this real quick because I want Eater Man to come in because it's actually what I was about to ask. Well, actually, you know what? He's more financially equipped when it comes to this because I was about to ask this part. Go ahead, Eater Man.
This is crazy to me. The reason it's crazy is because we take the basic female that's on Section 8. The government is not giving her $40,000 worth of benefits. It's just not happening. If you look at their apartment, the apartment that they sustaining might be $1,000, $1,500 if you want to call it. Then they giving them food stamps. There might be another at the high end. Let's say they making $1,000 a month. So the government can sustain this woman. We talking about $24,000 to sustain a woman and her kids. And then once we bring a man into the picture, we get crazy and say he can make double what the government is providing for that woman, and he cannot sustain that woman. It's completely crazy. Most single men, they're staying in an apartment, they're sustaining themselves. Why can't a woman come into that same apartment that he's living in to be able to be sustainable? Most women don't say we can't live off single income because they're trying to keep up with the Joneses. It's really that simple of a fact. We can sustain a family at $40,000 in the United States. The problem is You ain't gonna be able to go on family vacation. You ain't gonna be able to go turn up. Guess what? You might have to cook. You can't go out to eat Popeyes and McDonald's and all these other different foods. The problem that I am seeing is a lot of people just selfish. And they're not trying to play team with a man. They want this lavish lifestyle, but it's okay for daddy government to support their lifestyle for a $20,000 budget. It's completely outrageous to me.
Woo! Lola, do you have anything to say about it?
I think E just likes to be disagreeable, because if I start talking about the percentage of people that's really on Section 8, that's really on government assistance, we talking about white men at this point. So I resent the fact that he even would even bring up women in terms of who's receiving government fucking assistance.
All they think about, Lola.
He did mention women though. He said people like black families.
No, that's not what he said.
On his point. First of all, we're not talking about Section 8 people. We're not talking about government assistance. We're talking about men and women picking a struggle, and I'm okay with that, right? But when he sits there and says women are materialistic because they don't want to move in with a man that lives in an apartment and deal with him, I'm done with that conversation. And this is why men and women are never going to come together, because nobody's going to be real. Truth lives out here in my state. I'm making $60,000 a year, and I'm by myself taking care of one child, and I'm struggling. Okay, struggling. 61, and I'm only taking care of one child. And here's the thing, I got help with that one child, and I'm struggling. I live paycheck to paycheck on $60,000 a year. And trust me, at the end of the day, I got help, and it's not Section 8 help. I have help. But he's going to sit here and say a man can support up to 4 to 5 people living in an apartment. And I'm sitting here like, what neighborhood is that? You mean the Bloods and Crips that's going to sit and come and shoot the kid up at the end of the day, walking in school? That's the hold on, Queen. He's sitting here acting like women should want to sign up to go live in war zones. And here's the thing, he don't live in a war zone for real. He ain't from that life. He really not. He don't understand the danger it is for you to be a male growing up in a war zone, let alone a female. But he'll sit here and tell you you're being materialistic because you don't want to just live off that shit. And I'm sitting here like, yo, this is the reason why black women and men will never come together. People like to sit and come and say stuff like that and don't know what they're talking about. At the end of the day, I can agree with him that women don't need to be materialistic, talking about high value men and 100,000 and 1 million and shit like that. That's where I agree with him at. But when it comes to just the regular everyday struggle, don't tell me that both men making 30 and 20 and 40K in this country is sitting here trying to take care of 6 people on that shit. Don't do that to me. Don't insult my fucking intelligence, because no man in my life right now would sit and ask a bitch to marry him when he know he's struggling like fucking hell, because he needs to feel like a man in his relationship. None of the men I know would do that shit. And I'm gonna be honest with you, no man on this panel would tell their daughter to go do that shit, knowing how hard the struggle is right here. No man would do that. They would tell their daughter, listen, you wait until he's ready as a man, and then y'all do something. But do not do anything where you coming in the game behind the 8 ball. Don't do that, because no man's gonna put his daughter in any amount of danger, even when it comes to something like that. But again, I agree, materialism is an issue, but that's not what we're talking about here.
But I just want to see the neighborhood where you can survive with 4 people making $40,000 a month paying rent. I want to see that and buying food. I want to see that neighborhood.
So break it down from East.
I want to see that.
Break it down from
him. Break it down for me nowhere.
Since you guys want to talk about numbers, let's talk about numbers. Numbers is my thing. If you want to talk about numbers, let's talk about numbers, okay?
Oh,
so
gosh.
the average rent in America is $1,200, right? So we tell you.
No, hell no.
You out your fucking mind.
Hey. Look, you guys have, hold on. You guys, hold on. We're not going to interrupt. All right?
I'll let them go on and on and on.
We live in West Baltimore.
I don't know where you live.
Hold on, ladies. Hold on. I know y'all hold on. That is still out though. Hold on. Let the man get his point. Let the veteran, right, get his point out since y'all saying that he ain't about that life, since y'all saying he ain't about that life, let the man speak for himself. Let the man speak for himself, Lola. All right? Go ahead, E-Man. We're gonna zoom on you. Go ahead, E-Man.
Y'all going to kill me, yo. Y'all going to kill me.
Based on the numbers, let's say the average rent is $1,200, right? Let's give you a rent. Just, I know it's hard to be disciplined. Can you be disciplined for just a second?
No, because you lying.
Hold on. No, I got you. No, stop. Come on.
Let's give them an olive branch, right? Let's say that the average rent that they're paying is $1,500. We're talking $1,800, right? Then on top of that, let's add another $12,000. Let's say that they're paying $1,000 a month in $1,000 a month in food, right? So we look at this. I still have $10,000. When it comes down to this, I don't have to have a brand new car. I can get a used $2,000 car. My kids don't have to wear brand new J's. They can wear off-brand shirts. They can wear off-brand clothes. The difference is what happened is people keep trying to live up to the Joneses. That's what really.
That's a lie.
So hard.
Keep going.
Let them talk because the thing is, if you live underneath your budget, for example, if a person was making $40,000, $50,000, their expenses should be somewhere around at the most $25,000 to $30,000. They're supposed to be investing so they won't put themselves in that same situation. The crazy part about it, everybody say that this is not possible, but we see this happen with military families all the time. We see soldiers go from station to station making less than minimum wage, and they make it happen. You know why they make it happen?
Government assistance.
Okay.
What?
Let them jump in, bro.
Keep going, E-Man. Keep going.
They got a lot to say. But what really happens is what you think you're supposed to live a better lifestyle than what you're really supposed to live. If there's only $40,000 to $50,000 coming into that house, you should only be living a $30,000 to $35,000 lifestyle. That means that you can't get your nails done every week. I mean, you can't get your hair done every week. That means that your kids got to wear T-shirts. They can't wear Nikes. They got to wear Fruit of the Looms. It is possible, but some people are just unrealistic in their expectations, and they want people to believe that they live in a better lifestyle, and it's killing their bank account because of their ego. Most Americans don't have a money problem.
Keep going.
Most Americans don't have a money problem. They have an ego problem. They have a spending problem. It's
okay,
not.
I gotta go.
You keep interrupting them.
Let them go.
I gotta go because I'm out here living my life for real, and I see other people in the struggle. And I come from one of the hardest neighborhoods in the country, and he's sitting here acting like everybody wearing Jordans and shit on some trope shit. And I know what he's doing, and it's like, yo, you're not gonna do that with me on this stage. I don't got time for that. Like I can't do that.
You take it way too personal. It's not about.
Talk shit like that to somebody else. So I don't got time for them, the men like that. I don't. Truth, you if you got time for that and you know what it is, then you make time for that. I don't got time. I'm done.
How can you understand a man's point of view and you guys not even listening? Y'all keep interrupting. He ain't interrupting y'all.
Yeah, but it's not true. It depends on where you are.
Well, you won't even know if it's true because you keep interrupting. No. You keep interrupting. All right? You don't even know if it's true because y'all keep running your mouth. You and Lola keep running your mouth. No.
Finish. Come on, man.
Let the man finish his point. But let the man finish his point, though. Let the man finish his point, and then you'll get that.
I ain't coming over here no more.
Let the man finish his point.
I'm done because y'all going to kill me.
Hold on. Let the man finish his point.
Y'all going to kill me. I can't breathe.
Wait, hold on, Truth. Hold on, Truth. No. Stop interrupting people. But if we're talking over you, then y'all will look at it like we're being rude. Y'all gotta play fair though. All right? Don't be the Zodiac. Well, Zodiac killers, but that won't make sense. Anyways, don't be rude. Go ahead, E. Oh, you're muted.
I didn't come up here to start no problems. I just sit down with families on a day-to-day basis. This is not something I think. I have sat down with family after family, and we looked at their budget. And once we start fine-tuning their budget and we start putting principles in place, hey, check this out. You're not going on a vacation every year. You might got to go on a vacation every 5 years, right? Your kids, matter of fact, if they want to do something, you need to tell your son, if he want new clothes, he want new shoes, you need to buy him a lawnmower so he can be able to start providing things for himself. I think what happens in this world is that people think that they just have to live a lifestyle. I can't, in my mind, I can't believe that somebody's only buying food and people's only paying rent and it's costing them $60,000, $70,000. If not, you might got to live in a neighborhood that you might think is less than you. See, the thing is, we think that we're too good to be in certain neighborhoods where they're Crips and Bloods, but if we don't make more money, those are the places that we have to stay. And if we understand how it's supposed to work, if the parents before you actually created generation wealth, they created a house, you should be moving into a house that's already paid off. You should be moving into somewhere you can get rid of your largest bill, which is your mortgage or your rent. Those are things that you should be able to inherit. So we can't talk about what the people did before us. We really need to start looking at how can we make it where when our kids get to this age, they can live in a condo or they can live in something and we can make them be able to invest that. I truthfully and honestly, M3, I stayed on top of it. I literally talked about what you guys was talking about. The thing is, people just didn't respect my point of view. So
they'll never, and I feel on that one. Problem is, people are never going to respect people's point of views if you guys keep talking and keep conflating on, and especially if you're making things personal about you. Remember, these topics are not just tailored just for one person. It's not about you, ladies, right? It's about pretty much a universal thing. It's a universal problem, and we're just trying to provide universal solutions. But when a man come up to the panel and talk about a specific solution, you guys have to listen. If nobody's listening, you'll keep missing solutions, but yet you'll keep arguing.
Cool.
So don't complain if you keep missing the solutions, because the solutions is right at you. Eat Man is the solution to you guys. But
no,
you gotta listen. Okay.
He has an opinion, but it's not verifiable in everywhere you live. The U.S. has hit a high in rental everywhere. Minimum wage hasn't gone up everywhere. So the average person is not making 60 G's. So if you're making $8-10 an hour, where are you going to find an apartment for $1,800 a month, for $1,000 a month? Because you got to make 3 times the rent, right? So how you making 3 times the rent, making $10 an hour, working full time? It's BS. I'm in the housing department where I work, and people aren't making enough. And it's not that they can't afford it. So they have to have roommates. They have to move into shared housing. They have to wait for government assistance programs because they can't afford the rent. The average rent in the Bay Area, look it up. Look it up. It's sometimes $3,000 for a 2-bedroom, $1,800 for a 1-bedroom in a horrible neighborhood.
Actually, for a studio.
So no, yeah, $2,000. Try $2,000 for a studio, depending on how many square feet it is. Then you have to qualify for it. So who's really moving into these places? It's cap. It's not true. It's not about just having a frivolous lifestyle. That's why most people, when I volunteered at the food bank, were people who had full-time jobs, but they couldn't afford to buy food and pay their rent and pay lights and pay water and pay for gas. So it ain't about just living a frivolous lifestyle. I do believe everybody needs a budget, yes. I think sometimes you don't need the $400 sneakers. You can go to the Nike outlet and get a nice pair of sneakers for $30, $20. You can go to Payless and get a pair of $10 sneakers when Payless was open, but you can go to Walmart. You don't have to have the best. I understand that, but I'm just saying it's not that simple as people living. There are a lot of people who live over their budget. Yes, that is true. But there are a lot of people who are barely making it with full-time jobs because of the cost of living. The cost of living, some places don't have rent control. So they can go up on your rent anything they want. Right? So how you going to keep up with that when you ain't get a raise? Your minimum wage is $18 an hour. That's why $23 now is nothing in certain cities. You can still barely find an apartment making $23, $25 an hour. You have to go up to $30 now, when $25 was making good money. So think about the places where they making $10, $11. Where they living? Where they going to live? How they going to pay a deposit? How they going to qualify for that place? And don't have bad credit. That's a whole nother story. Because now they want 4 times the rent for deposit. Who got that? That's why all these programs are out there. I deal with this every day. So what I'm saying is, I hear what you're saying. There are some people who definitely live out their means, but it's not as generalized as you think it is. I hand out food to people who drive, to me, decent cars. But guess what? When the gas price went up to almost $8, they couldn't afford to go to work. Right? So what they doing? How they going to get around? Because public transportation ain't cheap either. So now they got to figure out how to get 5 people to school and work because they can't afford to fill up their tank.
Yeah,
so let's not do that. That's why California had an inflation stipend when the government said it's hard out here. Here's $300, depending on your income, depending on your family size. So it's not that simple. That's why I'm saying, like, when we make these statements, it's not a blanket that we can put over the world and say, oh, that's everybody's problem. No, people live out their means, yes, but that's not what I'm seeing. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people who are very good at budgeting, who go and serve and get the dollar rice and the spaghetti and they making meals, but they still struggling. So, it's not that simple. And then you need a car for work. Yeah, you get the older car, but guess what? If that car got a problem, now you out more money because you can't afford it. So you almost have to get a newer car to be more reliable. That's why people are getting the hybrids. And what happened to the hybrids? Everybody's still in the Cadillac converters, right? Because they're trying to save on gas, right? Please, come on. My tank went from $40 to fill up to $100. My tank went from $40 to fill up to almost $100. I still got to get to work. I still got to fill it up the same amount of time. So you calculate that with a few months. My tank took me almost $100. That means I have to fill up at least, it depends on where they send me, I got to fill up at least sometimes twice a week. So I went from $80 a week to $200. That's a big jump. It's
because when Hall of Fame tell you to go one place, you be going to the other places.
Oh, shut up! But that's a big jump. That's not me being frivolous. That's now I got to be more creative to fill up my tank to get to work. My job ain't give me no raise.
I got you. Okay, so all right, go ahead, Ian.
Please let me respond respectfully. So first of all, Queen was very disingenuous, right? What she said is somebody's making $10 an hour. So let's do the math. If he's making $10 an hour, he's working 40 hours a week. That's $21,000. I gave him an extra $200. That's $21,000. We never said that somebody can sustain a family on $21,000. The argument that can you sustain a family roughly between $40,000 to $60,000. So it was disingenuous for her to say somebody making $20,000 can't sustain it, because nobody on this panel have made that argument that you can sustain somebody making $10 an hour and only making $21,000.
Can I respond to that?
No.
Let me finish. Second,
no.
Wait, no, Queen, no.
No, that was not true. You
go ahead, E.
Don't mute.
Wait, no. Hold on for a second. No, we're not gonna do this. All right. He was respectful enough to let you talk, to let you rant about gas prices and all that.
Don't say
he has.
Don't say I ranted.
Okay. Hey, Mr.
So
Best.
since you want to only have
wait, Mr. Best.
You can have the conversation because I'm disingenuous.
Okay, Queen. I'm going to put you in I'm going to have to put you in the backstage because right now, and I didn't kick her out, by the way, but whatever. We can't disrespect our guests, especially when they're being respectful to you guys. This goes for anybody, period. Okay? I'm not trying to kick nobody out. I don't want to put nobody in the backstage. But if we're being respectful to allow anybody to talk, let the man talk. Stop interrupting. Come on now. Go ahead, E.
So the only point I was making is for a person roughly to be making about, let's say, 40 to 60,000. This person is making anywhere between 20, maybe $30 an hour, right? Now, if we look at the people that's making this type of money, these are the people that we said that can sustain a family, right? Mm-hmm. I think it was completely disingenuous. We say the guy who's making $10 an hour that's only making 20,000 can sustain that. That's not the point that we was making. But when we start looking a little bit closer to what we're talking about, 40 to 60,000, somebody's making $20 to $30 an hour, right? Mm-hmm. This is something that we said that families can be contained. And the reason we know that you can sustain a family, because if the woman was making $10 an hour and the man was making $10 an hour, some kind of way we find a way to make that work. So I think it just comes down to that we have a high level of lifestyle that the biggest problem, I believe, especially with women today, is social media have really messed them up, right? So social media have messed them up to realize that they're supposed to live this lifestyle that Jay-Z lived. They're supposed to have the Beyonce lifestyle. They're supposed to have this where they are checking off bucket list items and different things like that. And I remember if we go back a couple generations, why was they able to sustain the family on a lot less? You might have to wear hand-me-downs. If you had older brothers, you was going to get their clothes. They wasn't going out and buy some new clothes. And you also was responsible for, if your dad was a plumber, on the weekends, you was going out to do some side jobs to help your dad as a plumber, understanding the trade to be helpful. We just got to get to a point in our life, first of all, that as an adults, we can have a conversation civil. And the second thing we have to do is understand this. It can be done, but it's going to take sacrifice. And the word sacrifice is kryptonite to most modern women. They don't like to hear the word for the simple fact that they feel that they're going to live a less lifestyle. But if you look at the lifestyle that they're living by themselves, they're already living that lifestyle. Women are not making 80,000 at mass. They're not making 100,000. It's funny when they're by themselves, they can live off 40,000. They can live off 60,000. But when they add them into the picture, now it's unsustainable. I believe it's cap. I believe if you can live this lifestyle by yourself, if you add one person to it, you also maintain that lifestyle with a man. That's just my point of view of it.
Well, because, most women, and I'm talking about the single ones, since you brought that to the equation, most of them do promote like self-independence. I could do anything that I could do without a man. I don't need a man for this. I don't need a man for that. So if you don't need a man and you're Miss Independent and you have all these degrees, or let's just say you have a high-paying job to a point where you don't want a man that you feel like that's financially beneath you, then you should not have any trouble surviving now since you have a man. So I get the point that you're saying. It's about basically, man, it's about making life choices ahead of time. But the problem is, like, people live for the moment, I mean, I say this about people in general, not just like solely on women, but in this particular conversation, right? This is why, the media and everything else cares to women, because they're the highest consumers. Emotionally, they see something nice, they see like a nice, shiny little toy, and they want it right away without really thinking mentally if I buy this, right, is it going to be beneficial or is it going to be detrimental? I'm not saying women are into like flashy cars or whatever, but if you choose a Tesla or if you choose like a Honda Civic over something that is sporting like a, I don't know, Maserati, BMW, or whatever, most likely you would probably go and get the advice from, like, you know, your single friends or whatever, because they like that type of stuff. It's all about like the lifestyle, but you're living for the moment without really thinking, well, okay, let me get this car. It may not be attractive looking, but however, you never know when gas prices, because look, we all have had experience. So let's not play ourselves. Like when it comes to the you know, the $9 gas prices back then, gas used to be around like, you know, $1 or so, and then it went up to $5. So that should be an indication that will tell you, okay, we already know how corrupted, you know, like, you know, the the US could be when it comes to oil and all these other things. Let me make sure I prepare myself and set myself up for the future, because just in case if something happens, we need to make sure that we prepare ourselves so we don't have to spend more. Okay? Most people, they'll buy the trucks. You're not using it for work. You're just buying something that's big or flashy just so you could feel comfortable. But you're not thinking about delayed gratification. You're not thinking about investments. Nobody's thinking about that type of stuff. You know? Excuse me. And on the I'm sorry, go ahead.
M3, we got to ask the question. Like the question, the elephant in the room, and I wish the women didn't leave. The elephant in the room for the women is this right here. How do you sustain yourself on $40,000 with kids? Because single moms are sustaining themselves on 40 to 60,000. They're going through their whole life because they're not making much more than that. Now, I understand that you have the Oprahs and you have the anomalies of the world, but majority of the women not making 40, it's really like 36,000. They're sustaining their family. Like if they can sustain a family for this amount of money, when I add a man to the equation, the real question is, why is it all of a sudden a problem? Do you realize that just because now it's a man, now it's a problem? But it wouldn't have been a problem for the last 15, 16 years that they've been sustaining themselves for $20,000.
Because people get complacent. That's the old saying, my money is mine and his money is mine. Unfortunately, right, if we're going to go with that case, right, you know, let's be safe to assume that when you're single, you have your own survivor mode, especially with children. But as soon as you get that man in the picture, instead of operating the same how you did before and utilizing, right, that mindset to make sure that there's extra income that is saved for a rainy day or invested into it, now you become on splurge mode because you're like you're getting comfortable. His money is able to provide for, you know, you and your kids, but you're not thinking about the man himself. We have another person, another mouth to feed. He has to feed himself too. So we get into consumer mode.
This is the key though, because I've been hearing this Bay argument, this New York argument. Hey, you can't afford to live here. If you can't afford to pay the rent where you're at, what you do is you get up and you leave. You find you a job in Alabama. You find you a job in Texas. You find you a place in Georgia, somewhere that the rent is so much cheaper. I tell people this right here is that you don't have, it's nothing saying that you have to stay in the Bay Area. It's nothing saying that you got to get a roommate in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
So in reality, the point, I got you. In reality, the point
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I said, in reality, the point that I'm making is this right here, especially to the people in the chat, is I go to the place that I can afford. The Indians, I love the Indians. They move where the environment moved. They followed the buffaloes. They found out where the money was at or where the food was at. Sometimes we gotta say, you know what? I'm not a San Francisco type of person. You know, reality, I'm more of an Alabama type person. That's the type of money that I'm making. I'm more of a South Carolina type person. Why are you in San Francisco if you can't afford to live there? And it really goes back to pride. That's what it really comes down. It goes to pride and ego.
I would say more like comfortability. People are just more content with being comfortable as opposed to being realistic and reasonable. I'll be right back, E, because I gotta go somewhere real quick. Beth, you still here? Just want to make sure.
He good. I got you.
Okay, no problem.
So the point that I'm making is this right here is start looking for jobs outside of your city, right? Look for jobs outside of your city, outside of where you live at. But what we hear over and over again is people say this right here. I love this place. Even if this is going to financially destroy me, even if I know I can't get ahead here, I am loyal to this place. And I think you should be loyal to your kids. You should be loyal to your bank account. You should be loyal to your to your wealth. You owe it to your future self to be able to accomplish some of these things. And the only point that I'm making is this right here is sometimes you got to change. Maybe you got to move down there to Texas. I was looking at real estate the other day in Texas, and I'm looking at this real estate. I'm like, man, I could have 2-3 properties for the price of the properties here in Seattle, Washington. Maybe you're in a situation that you say, hey, I'm going to have to share. So the one thing people don't know about my story, when I was single, I had roommates. Matter of fact, even when I was engaged, I had a roommate almost all the way up until I got married. Then I moved out. We got to find a way to budget, put ourselves in a good situation. Because once you get, even if you're making $60,000, you're making $40,000, but you got an extra $1,000 coming in on a rental property. You got an extra $500 coming in on this. You might be on, you might have a car that you're renting out. Like, we have to find ways to be able to make money, because just he's making $40,000 at his job, he's making $60,000 at the job. That might not be the subtotal of the income that he have coming in. And that's the point that I was making. And like I said, I didn't try to make nobody rage quit. I ain't trying to make somebody get so upset. But I believe everything that I was saying was very logical. I wasn't saying nothing that was completely outrageous. I was saying, if he make this amount of money, this is the lifestyle that I'm gonna have. I don't think you missing no. Correct me if I'm wrong, M3. I don't think you missing no meals if you making $60,000. You shouldn't be, unless you're trying to eat lots.
Like sometimes I should be missing some meals.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you might gotta eat rice and corn and hot sauce. You might gotta eat some butter bread and some sugar. I know y'all know about that. Yeah. Growing up in the South, and the reason I believe this is because we talking 40,000. I know for a fact that my mama sustained us. My mama sustained us so much less than what we're talking about. When I look at my mom, we always had a roof over our head. We always wore clean clothes. We didn't wear new clothes, but we wear clean clothes, right? Most people make these shots that, oh, you don't know because you was grown up with a silver spoon in your mouth. They don't know me, M3. I struggle. The reason that I'm so on purpose in life is because I came from the struggle. If you look at the neighborhood that I came from, you'd be like, it's no way that guy came from that. It's no way he talked the way that he talked today and he came from that struggle. It's because I saw it with my own eyes. I saw my mom say, hey, check this out. We're going to figure it out. I'm going to mix these sweet peas with this corn. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a meal out of no meal. But maybe you got food. Go ahead, bro.
But even right. But let's say hypothetically, let's say if you never even came up from a struggle, because maybe your parents set you up for success that you don't even have to even feel the struggle. There's nothing wrong with like just even saying like, well, look, I'm sorry that I can't relate to you. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Like, and I'm not saying that you're doing it, but I'm just saying, just some people in general feel like you got to explain about your struggles Or some people feel like, oh, if you never struggled, then you can never relate. And that's not necessarily true.
I agree, M3. I don't have to go through the struggle to relate, but my struggle was real.
Yeah.
Hey, I remember, so growing up, we had to do some things. We had to if we didn't have hot water, we had to get a pot of water, and you had to warm that pot of water up, and you had to pour that pot of water into the bathroom, and that's how you're just going to be able to take a bath. Another thing, if you didn't have no heat, you had to leave the stove open. Like, these things are burnt into my memory. Like, it's a reason in my house, my wife would tell you, I never tell my kids to cut the lights off. Because my mama would say, you don't pay no bills in here, so you need to cut these lights off. I don't use that statement because I told myself I'm going to make enough money with my kids. If they want to leave the lights on, they can. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying something from a theory. I seen them do it, and I believe that we had a good upbringing. We wasn't in no gangs. We didn't get into no trouble.
Yeah.
And all of our clothes was clean. My mother was such a good woman. My mother said, even if I had to hand wash your clothes after working a 12 or 13-hour shift, I'm going to be able to do it. And I just think that we have lost that today, that women are not willing to wash the clothes with their hands. They're not willing to do the ultimate sacrifice for the family to make sure the family succeed.
Is it because they don't know how, or is that because they just gotten lazy?
I think it's that they just don't want to. The world have told them that they don't have to settle for that. The world told them that they supposed to be able to get a man that, make up six figures. That's kind of the saying right now. Mm-hmm. And I want to be completely transparent, M3. Yeah. I don't have a problem with a man working and a woman working in the household. I don't knock that. But I also don't knock if it's one man in the household providing for that family. See, I'm both ways. I'm not looking at it one way. It's okay if both of y'all work, and it's also okay if y'all live on one income. Now, common sense tells you the two people that have two incomes, they're going to be able to go on vacation. They might be able to drive two different cars. The one thing is your wife is a stay-at-home mom. Y'all can share cars. Y'all don't need two cars.
Yeah.
So I just think it's a conversation that need to be had. And this conversation, like I said, would be very fruitful if we can remove our personal experience out and actually talk about the facts. Because if you notice tonight, I did not attack anybody personally. I talked about the facts and what I believe that could be sustained.
Fair enough, And like I said, I respect everybody's opinion, whether if it's agreeable or disagreeable. But at the same time, we all got to, as adults, we got to let the person speak and finish his or her point. So no more interruptions. But E-Man, I'm about to go ahead and close out because we got to get ready to go. And your boy got to work. So thank you for coming up here, right? And just speak on some real financial stuff. So when it comes to money and just making smart decisions, I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm. And this is what I do in real life. Most people think I'm talking about theory. That was the whole point of me coming up with the Either Man Williams YouTube page, is because I believed it was a lot of knowledge. There's a lot of information that really people just didn't know. If you really break down the brass tacks, you know what I'm saying? If you break it down, it can be done. So I appreciate you again, M3, for always welcoming me on your platform and always let me have a voice over here.
Yeah, you deserve it, bro. We need your voice. Excuse me. I'm going to read this last comment. Marcus says, "It's a little to you, Marcus, man. Thank you for tuning in. I remember still scrubbing my shoes with a toothbrush. I do it to pass time and clean out stuff. Take pride in what we own, or cleaning the cars, bulk shop, or go grocery shopping on discounts. I love discounts, by the way. And if anybody disagree otherwise, matter of fact, I don't think anybody would disagree over a nice fat discount. So,
but before you go, Do you believe women today are too prideful to bring out the coupons? Why we don't coupon shop anymore? Why we don't be? Because like if we really look at what the women of the past was doing, they show up with a whole thing full of coupons, 25% off here. You look. I worked at a grocery store. I remember people totals used to go for $105 down to $37. They saved $70 just using coupons. Buy one, get one free, 25% off, 75% off. Like it is a way to do it, but what people don't like, M3, is going to take them out their comfort zone. It's a chance that they might get judged. There's a chance that it's in reality, it's just that change. But I want to keep going. I know you got to go. I appreciate you having this conversation with me, my friend.
Well, you know, I'm going to stay in time for just like 5 more minutes because B-Eazy That Dude just snuck up in the building though like a ninja. So I was like, oh shit. You know?
Hey, you know what? I didn't even know that y'all was shutting down. I was tuning into and off, and I wasn't gonna stay off. But Eda, man, he vicariously summoned me when he brought up that coupon point, bruh. Because I had a little anecdote, and you know, I'll run through it real quick. But
yeah, you get it, bro.
A good buddy of mine's, right? He took he took a chick out to a restaurant. I can't really remember the restaurant. Mind you, he picked her up, you know, he went and got him a new fit from the mall, was looking very dapper. He went and picked her up. I don't even think she had a car, you know what I mean? So he picked her up, took her to the restaurant. When it was time to pay, of course, he's paying for both of them. And then he whips out a coupon. And then she looks at him and, you know, starts laughing at him like, are you really that broke? Like a coupon? I've never, what niggas use coupons and like going all in on them. Mind you, he's still paying for everything. So whether he's using a coupon or paying full price, it's coming out of his pocket, not hers, and that's still not enough. So there are some men that say, which I think is foolish, but they think, damn, man, is she gonna clown me if I use the coupon? Am I gonna look broke if I use a coupon? And the areas that I be around in California, like Walnut Creek, Danville, Alamo, all affluent zip codes, everybody, the median income is 80 to upwards of 100K. Everybody out there is trying to look to save money. They say there's a saying: the bigger the ring, the cheaper the person. So a lot of cats got to get out of this goofy stuff. They be going to Starbucks every day, which I don't advocate for. But if you're going to go to Starbucks, once you use the app where you earn points and get different coupons and discounts, and they like, no, I don't got time to use the app. You don't got time to save money, bruh. I be collecting cans and people like, man, why you do that? You don't get that much money. Last time I went and took all the cans, I got $55. The time before that, I got $80. Not a lot of money, right? But it's like, why you don't got your kids collecting cans? $50 could go a long way with your kids. $80 could go a long way. I tell people, if you find $80 on the ground, are you going to pick it up? They say yes. So why are you throwing those cans away when all you do is use plastic bottles left and right? You feel me? I just want to add that in there, bro.
You know, wait, even let me add one more bit. B-Eazy, man, you know, I be cringing, man, anytime when I see somebody, right, especially for my job, and sometimes they be doing like, you know, recycling too, but sometimes when I see somebody, you just have like a can of whatever, soda, or you have like a water bottle, and you throw it in the trash, I be cringing like a mug, bro, because I'm like, you throwing away money? Like, I don't care if it's five, look, in California, it's 5 cents, but in Oregon, it's 10 cents. You know what I mean? And you know, I wish like I could go to Oregon a little bit more often to see family, but shoot, if that was the case, like I would definitely collect all my, you know, my balls, my cans, you know, whatever, paper goods, anything that you can recycle. Because honestly, bro, for each bottle that you're throwing away good money. That's how I look at it. I don't even care if I get $20. You know what I could do with $20? Well, not go to Starbucks, but I could use that $20, maybe go, you know, get like a nice little cool little meal, snack or whatever, or maybe put something in the gas tank for hybrids, that is.
Let me tell you something happened to me the other day. So I am a business coach, right? And I was with a couple people that I was coaching, right? We was walking down the street, was leaving a place that we was eating, right? And so the guy was telling me, I remember it was like maybe 8 pennies on the ground. I'm a type of person, if I see change on the ground, I pick it up. That's who I am. So three of the guys from coaching saw me bend over. I picked up the 8 cents. It was like, man, you gonna pick up that dirty money off the ground? It's 7:30. And I asked them a simple question. I said, I'm not trying to be boastful, but if you're open to doing this, let me see what your current bank account is, and I'll show you mine. Right? I have learned the brokest people are the most prideful people. They too good to reach over. Like if you ain't got a whole bunch of money in your bank account, or you don't have a whole bunch of money in assets, because I don't advocate for people to have a whole bunch of cash. If you don't have a whole bunch of assets, we just got to get out this pride thing. Pride, it's a reason that people believe before pride comes before the fall, is because people are so prideful, they don't want to use coupons, they don't want to pick up change off the ground. And in reality, they might need that change more than the person who's willing to bend over and get it.
And that's usually the case. And that was the main reason that I came up. Bruh, I be using coupons all the time. I go to Safeway, which is probably the most expensive place to go, but they got, top quality product. But I just use the app. It's called Safeway U. They give you special exclusive offers. And then, I'll get some stuff at Safeway. Then, you get the other stuff at like Costco or Sam's Club that's bulk, and people will say, hey, I don't got the money to buy in bulk, but then they buy in piecemeal and end up paying more than if they bought in bulk, so man, people got to wake up and get financially literate, because I know a lot of stuff that people don't know, and they like, well, I never had a business coach like Eda, man, and all this stuff. A lot of this, bruh, no, I didn't go to school to learn how to recycle cans, bro. You know what I mean? I didn't go to school to pick up change.
It's basically just like common sense, pretty much. Now, I do sometimes we'll get some items in bulk, right? Because when you start doing the math or whatever, each specific item is a little cheaper. But hey, I mean, to each is their own, right? Now for the Safeway, I just go there on Fridays and get like the $5 deals. Like they have sometimes the avocados. They be having like 10 for 10 or 10
they'll
for
have
5.
a whole chicken for $5. You know about that one?
Yeah, the $5 is like rotisserie chicken. You gotta say rotisserie chicken. B.
Oh yeah. You right. That was my bad, M3.
No, you good, right? I'm just having to put respect on the chicken, bro. But here's the thing, right? Now, most people may laugh or frown upon, but or will probably say, well, you don't need this or whatever. But food drives can definitely save you a hell of a lot of money. Like you're getting produce, and I'm talking about there's good quality food drives. Like I'm gonna just put myself out there, okay? I don't care. Every other Sunday, okay, my wife and I, we help serve the community. All right. And these are families, they're not poor, they're not homeless, they're just families that have multiple families. The majority you see, you may think are there mostly black? No, most of them, it's multicultural. I would say this. The ones who serving is mostly the majority of us, right? A small little church.
The one who's receiving is the majority of us too, and it goes back to what Either Man was talking about pride, bruh. I'm out here where it's a melting pot, but when it comes to the food banks, it's long lines, bruh, and it's it's not even 20% black people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have okay, so you have the Middle Easterns, you have a few blacks, but you see most Hispanics, and sometimes the Middle Easterns, when they collect the food, guess what they do with it? They don't just send it to their families. They send it back to the grocery stores that they partially own. like 7-Eleven.
Exactly.
And they
Reselling.
resell it, yeah. Which you're not supposed to resell food, but they do that stuff anyway. Like, who's gonna know? So pretty much, everyone's getting helped out. And I'm gonna say by the end of the day, because you could do this in the beginning before you serve. I'm talking about they got like this is not like stuff that that's garbage. You know what I mean? This is like organic, whole foods type of stuff. Where you get your food from Sprouts. Even some of them you get from Starbucks or whatever, or Safeway or whatever. Like I'm talking about quality food that we're giving out to these people, and that we're taking home for ourselves, and also collecting stuff to our families. I grab the food, send it to my auntie. Not to say that she don't need it, but if anything, if I want to help out at least for my family, so then you don't have to spend money just to try to get some carrots when I'm already providing a whole shit ton of carrots for you for free. I'm just trying to help you save money.
It's people actually that need it more because like you said, especially out here in the Bay Area, it's a lot of the Middle Eastern people, and they'll go and then they'll get their family on board to go, right? So they got a family of unprideful people willing to go, and then we'll have a collection of prideful people looking for reasons to not go. Man, they ain't gonna give us nothing, or man, I do gotta go pick up the kids. It's like they gotta pick up their kids too, but on their way to pick up their kids, they went by the food bank. Like, so you thinking of every reason to not accept it, and you maintain your stubbornness and pridefulness, but you can't be prideful and broke and stubborn and broke. Like this topic, you gotta pick a struggle, bro. And a lot of people that's doing that have kids and mouths to feed. So if you single and you want to be stubbornness where your stubbornness doesn't affect others, but you having kids and your stubbornness is not allowing you to, your kids may need some lunch money and you thinking, oh, I got the 20. Yeah, you had the 20 with all that recycling that you threw away. You drinking soda after soda and just throwing the cans away. Plastic bottle after plastic bottle, throwing it away. And it's not even about the saving. It's like once you build some character, some financial discipline in your kid, let your kid handle the recycling. You got an able-bodied kid that you ain't doing, they don't do chores, you just hand them money and stuff, and then you say, man, these kids costing me all this money. Shouldn't you be thinking of more ways to save money instead of rejecting coupons and different discounts and opportunities for you to thrive? But the pridefulness goes all the way back to the food stamps days. Remember when they had the physical paper food stamp? They did a episode on Everybody Hates Chris, and it was super funny. But his mom was in the store, right? And she was getting everything, get the name brand stuff, get all of this stuff, because she had food stamps. But when she went to go pay, it was a friend from the neighborhood, and she didn't want her to see that she had food stamps. So she paid with her regular money because she was so embarrassed of, oh, so-and-so broke. I seen her using food stamps, because they would have a $5 food stamp, a $10, they had its own currency. But now people got an EBT card, which is literally the same thing, but you could swipe it real quick and nobody gets to see it. So that's the difference. So people mask their prideness. It's the same EBT, but since it's a card and you can hide it and swipe it, versus you got to count out the physical funds. Well, people like, well, I'll do that. You needed the food stamps and the card. There's no difference. The only difference is you can feel a little bit less prideful over doing a quick swipe that no one gets to see. If it was a debit or a credit card, it's quite delusional, bro.
Well, then it's crazy because so when me and my wife first got together, it was a family of 4. And I remember, like, I'm really big on budget, right? And I was looking at the budget and I was like, babe, for the next 3 months, we got to feed a family of 4 for $325 a month. And then I saw my wife be so resourceful. I seen her go get I don't know if y'all know, it's a 20-pound bag of rice. I mean, it's big rice. I mean,
bro, I call them the body bag.
And I seen her not only be resourceful, she got a whole bunch of stuff with the money, but she was creating meals that I was like, there's no way she created this out of this budget. So I just think that we just have to be resourceful. We gotta
Hold on,
find
Eda, man. I gotta give a shout out to your wife because when you just said that proposal that you just said, we gotta feed 4 kids or 4 mouths on $320 a month. I've seen countless videos, where people are like, the women will reject that, like, damn, my man is broke or something, and oh, we got to do that. I didn't have to do that with my last. So could you speak a little bit more, like how your wife was just so able to get on board and just fully cooperate with the financial program that you set forth?
So first thing I did is I really included her into so every month me and my wife sit down and we say, hey, this is what our finances is, right? I think a lot of couples don't do this, and this is an error. So I said, hey, this is the finances. I think you got wisdom. If you can find a way to get some more money out these finances, let me know. And I let her look at it. She said, this is what it is. This is what we got. So we got to make this work. So first of all, I included her, right? I included her in the financial process. I told her what we had. It made sense. At that point in time, we was really heavily invested in the business. So that money had to go to the business. It was no negotiable. We had to do 325. And then the one thing that I love about my wife is she looked me in the eye. She said, don't worry, baby. I figured out that's my responsibility. Right. And she took on that thing, and it almost took some pressure off my shoulders of trying to go out there and figure something out. Because I'm a guy that I'm going to try to figure it out. Right. And so one thing that I love about my wife is that she have always been a team player. I never felt that we was against each other, because that's why I say even today, my wife can have anything. Now she might can't get it today. She might got to get it when we can afford it. But I think what happens is she was willing to be a team player. Most people think my wife got with me when I was up. She actually got with me when I was at the bottom, and we built our way to the top together. So I just think the mindset of her saying, I am here because I want to be his helpmate, and I'm going to be able to take this idea when they say, you give them a house, they make it a home, saying I gave her some rice and she made it into a meal. And I think it came down to, it just shows that she was into me and not into what was in my pockets.
Man, that's dope. That's a powerful story, bro. What's up, Mr. Bryant?
How you doing, Mr. Vaughn Bryant?
Greetings. What's going on, gentlemen?
How you doing, sir?
Good, man. I'm just passing through, listening to the conversation, and yeah, man, definitely. I like what I'm hearing so far. I didn't hear that much of it, but I can definitely piggyback off of what either man was just talking about. Me and my wife definitely, built what we had together. You see what I'm saying? And there were times when I was out of work and she worked, and there were times when she was, vice versa. You see what I'm saying? But we hung in there and we did what was necessary. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, it just depends on how you go about your budget. How do you go about being a steward over your money and your finances? You know what I'm saying? It's just like now I'm coming up. I have a vehicle, and I have about 3 payments left before I'm actually done paying for that vehicle. Car note is about maybe $4.18 a month. Not that bad, right? But I heard God speaking to me last week. Because I know I'm approaching, paying that car off, and I heard God speak to me and say, well, you know what? What would be wise for you to do is, even after you finish paying that car off, continue to pay that car note, but just pay it to yourself. And don't bother that.
Bingo.
Do you see what I'm saying? So when and so it was a word well received. And I said, you know what, God, thank you. I'm going to do that. You know what I'm saying? But man, it just depends on what the strategy is. I know I came in a little bit late in the conversation, so hopefully I'm on track. But
yeah, you on track.
Yeah. You definitely on track with that. I just want to say this, and I definitely want to alley-oop it to you, either man, because Mr. Brian was speaking about getting a car, and he said he's paying $4.18 a month, or around that roughly. I have a family member and he went and got like the most snazziest car he can get, full leather package. I'm talking about barking hot, sweet. He paying $750 a month, $750 a month, bro. And I think a little. I think it was close to $1,000 because his car note was just $750, and he still had to get Gap insurance, which was like another $200. He had to move back in with his mom because of that. And I was like, bro, you had your own place. What happened? And he said, oh man, I had to do this to afford the car. So some people will basically like try to upgrade when they should be downgrading and living, and they basically are living above their means, and cars are one of the things. So you could pick it up there from there, Eda, man.
So
Wow.
I believe, because I want to ask Mr. Bryant a question, but I believe I make decent money now, and the car I just bought a car. It was $5,000, right? So I have a rule. If I take money from my savings account, it's my responsibility to pay the money back and also pay myself in interest, right? So I had the $5,000 in my savings. So we wrote the check. We got the $5,000, right? I am currently making payments plus 10% interest to repay my savings account. I believe that there's so many people got to look at themselves as a bank. Why would you give a stranger the money but not give yourself the money? Like, I think it comes down to, and guess what? If I keep practicing this, guess what? I will always be replenishing my savings account. I will always be replenishing that. Like, instead of us always taking from ourselves, it's time for us to start giving back, because we deserve interest just like the bank deserve interest. Use that money.
Wow. Hold on. Before Mr. Bryant answers that question, salute to Mr. Bryant. I'm glad you're up here, Mr. Bryant. Salute to B-Eazy. Yes, B-Eazy and Mr. Bryant are related, if y'all didn't know. They sound the same. No, but let me say this, right? You know what I'm saying?
That's my brother from another mother, right?
Exactly. That is about cooperation. I was listening. I had to take care of some business real quick, but it's about cooperation. You know what I mean? Women have to cooperate. I know you women left up here, you ran up out here because you don't want to cooperate. You don't want to listen. All you want to do is just
talk that talk, Mr. Ben.
That's really the problem with them. They talk too much. You know what I mean? I keep telling you women, look, men don't really want you to talk really that much too much. You know what I mean? We don't really want that too much. So we got so much stuff going on. Like, we could communicate here and there, but over talking and belittling and man wants to deal with that. We don't. And nowadays we are not. Okay, we got too many options. We can fly somewhere, we can go somewhere. You know what I mean? We can use our money to empower ourselves. We're just not dealing with it no more, man. We're just not. All right. So ladies, please start to listen. All right, men are starting to read books more and more now. Our education's starting to go up, you know what I'm saying? Because y'all said y'all was so much smarter than us. And we were so dumb, and we was broke and busters and suckers and all sorts of stuff. You had all these verbatims for us. You know what I'm saying? I've always been on the honor roll, so that ain't never been me. But that being said, y'all always been coming at us, and now we really starting to put it together. And we put it together. Don't listen. If we move on from you, do not be mad. Remember, you made it like that. All right, and that's what it is. Go ahead, Mr. Ray.
But I do got to ask a question because I haven't asked the question yet. All right, but the first thing I want to tell you, if you want to change your financial situation, I really hope you grab this book. It's called The Richest Man of Babylon. It is the principles of building wealth. Get this book, read it 10 times because it can change that. But let me ask the question that I was going to ask Mr. Bryant, because he is our senior, and I want to understand how he feels about the main question that started this whole conversation. So, Mr. Bryant, do you believe that a family can be sustained if on one income between $40,000 to $60,000?
Okay, so let me understand. You're saying, can one family be sustained on $40,000 or $60,000 a year?
Yes. So, like,
okay,
the basis of the argument is if a man was making $40,000 to $60,000 and he had a family, could he sustain it, or do we live in a world that women have to work and one income at $40,000 to $60,000 is not enough income?
Okay, so
Hold
I'm
on, real
gonna,
quick. How many members of this family
yeah,
in
I'm
this
gonna,
hypothetical?
So let's go with a basic family. Let's say a mother and father with 2 kids. I think that's like the norm. So we're looking at 4 people. Could they be sustained on $40,000 to $60,000?
okay, so let's be honest about this question. And I'm not sure because I don't know if my mic is on or if it's too loud or too low. Can you hear me?
No, you good.
Now you good.
Okay, so I'm gonna start out answering the question by saying definitely yes, you can. Because there's people in third world countries that don't even accumulate that type of money, that are taking care of their families. You see what I'm saying? Because they do practical things. Now, because we are Americanized and we are Americans, and we go after that American dream. You see what I'm saying? The big house and the white picket fence and all of that sometimes is beyond our financial means, but yet we still try to acquire those things. So I would definitely say it can definitely be enough, but what sacrifices are you willing to make in order to make that money meet what you needed to meet? Because see, $40,000 a year, you can definitely feed a family. You see what I'm saying? Of 5 or 6. It depends on how you're budgeting your money. Now, would it be easier if the spouse worked? Absolutely, man. Come on. You see what I'm saying? We can all play this game of I'm the man and I need to do everything myself and blah, 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 blah. You see? But if I'm making 40 and she's making 40, that's $80,000 a year. Do you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And
Yes.
listen, my wife has worked throughout the process of our marriage, and we just this month completed 22 years of marriage. You see what I'm saying?
Congratulations.
She has worked. Now, she became ill and had some medical issues where she couldn't work as much as she did in the past, but God still made a way, you see. But it was both of us working together and we built something. Now, I'm in a position where, hey, I have to do the best that I can do to maintain everything. So I have to definitely be a good steward over the finances. That's why I gave you the scenario about the car note, that little story I told you about the car note and how to put that money to the side. It's easy to say, oh, this car is done. I'm done paying for it. So let me go get something else now and be in another $30,000 debt for God knows how long. Or I can maintain this particular car, put the money to the side, even if it's several months of paying myself back a car note. See what I'm saying? When an emergency happens, guess what? I'm able to borrow from myself. I don't have to go to other people to borrow money.
So Mr. Bryant, the biggest problem in America is lifestyle creep, right? I'm making $30,000 at my job. They give me a 10% raise. Instead of me staying in that 30,000, I start making my budget 40,000, and then it goes up to 60,000. We call that lifestyle creep in the financial world. I think people don't see it because it naturally happened. But without a doubt, I said it earlier, a family can be sustained on that. Like I said, are you going on vacation? Is your kids wearing brand new shoes, brand new clothes? Those things might not happen because I know from your generation, it was a lot of hand-me-downs. If you had older siblings, you typically got their clothes. Those clothes didn't get donated to Goodwill typically or sent to that. It went to your siblings.
But they're still doing hand-me-downs now, by the way. They're still doing that now.
I don't think for the majority that people are still doing hand-me-down.
You don't think
They
so?
don't. To our earlier point about pride,
Is that
bruh,
right?
I actually had some hand-me-downs, bro. Like I used to, and I took the time out of my time. I go on Facebook Marketplace where people was giving away the stuff for free. Even one of my boys had one of those like metal containers where you can just dump shoes and stuff in there. So he would say, "Look, I got too much of this stuff. I made posts, bro, to give stuff away, bro, and not trashy stuff. I washed it and everything, Febrezed everything, bro. So many people will say like, man, I gotta have my kids in something brand new. It would be furniture, bro. One furniture with a little chip, you could polish it. People like, no, I gotta go to IKEA or whatever and pay $500 versus getting this one for free, bro, because of pride. I need something brand new. Your kid is finna mess this shirt up anyways, bro. Like, let him wear it for 2 weeks. You know what I mean? But you could go from there, either, man. But it's a lot of pride when it comes to the hand-me-downs, bro. But that was commonplace. If M3 had a FUBU jersey, M3, once that get too small for you, pass that to me, bro. Like, it's my jersey now. You feel?
Hey, no doubt though.
So I got picked on by a lot of my friends, right? When me and my wife bought our first house, so when we got married, we decided not to have a big marriage. We like eloped, or we had the office marriage and the pastor's studies, right? And when we bought our first house, we put a lot of money, down for the down payment, different things like that. And so I remember I was getting one of my friends helped me move and everything. So my wife said we can get anything from like the secondhand store. The only thing we couldn't get from the secondhand store was our bed. That was her thing. She's like, we gonna sleep on a brand new bed, but like the tables, couches, all that kind of stuff. And I remember me going to the secondhand store and I was buying like tables. I was buying this, and my friends was looking at me. It's like, why are you buying this stuff? Y'all can't get new stuff, but we didn't want to finance anything. We wanted to pay everything in cash. And we was getting things pennies on a dollar. I believe a lot of people, and I do think some people have my mindset, but I think people look down upon those things because they are Americans and they believe Americans don't supposed to have second hand-me-down things. They supposed to get everything new. And when they get things new, they typically don't pay cash. They finance this stuff, which put them in a worse financial situation.
And that's what the American dream is. Debt, right? Get a dope car that you can't afford, debt. Get a bigger house that you can't afford, debt. Go get student loans for a degree that you don't use, debt. And just keep going on and on. We're in a consumer society, Hey, I'm not going to give you a business loan, but I'll give you a credit card to run up more what? Debt, so people innately think that debt is a part of the American process, and I have to run up debt. And when you get a $3,000, $5,000 credit line, people think that they have $5,000, bro. And Eda Man earlier said he paid $5K for a car outright. At $5K, you will be able to get a decent running car that will last you for years with maintenance and upkeep. I know many people that will take that same $5K and will try to get a $50,000 car, and they'll say, I got $5K for a down payment versus $5K for buying an outright owning an outright used car. And even that air quote new car that you buy off the lot, they've test drove it, so it's not even really new. It just has less miles than a used car. If you go to any suit place or Ross or Burlington or something, you see a shirt on the rack, you don't know if someone's tried it on, bro. And people have been grabbing it, picking it up. Technically, it's used, bro. Like, is that shirt really brand new? Nothing is really brand new. So people got this illusion that I'm not spending $5K on a used car. I might as well get something new. And, bruh, the odometer is not at 0 on any of these cars, so it's not new.
Wow. And you know what? Listen, it's like we have this mentality where we just want to keep up with the Joneses. See, that's the downfall of many of us. Oftentimes is because we want to keep up with the Joneses. Well, look, M3 has a BMW. Now I can't let him outdo me. See what I'm saying? So now I got to run out and I got to go figure out, the finances to get one just so I can keep up with the crowd. You see what I'm saying? But then you end up drowning in financial debt, and that's what we need to be. And there's an old saying that says a fool and his money will soon be departed. You know, it's because we're not being very good stewards over our money. We're not taking time to be financially literate. We're just, making it rain in places that we shouldn't even be in. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it got quiet, right?
Yeah.
But
Now you preaching, that's all.
But that's the truth, see? And so I can make it rain $3,000. You see what I'm saying? But I'm basically living in my car. But I look good though. So come on, ladies and gentlemen, we have to be good stewards over our finances, man. And whatever it takes for you to get to that particular place in life, do it. Whether it's through financial counseling, whether it's through someone that you can, that is good at it. Figure it out. It's not that hard to do. It takes a certain amount of discipline to do it, definitely, but you do have to be practical, in order for you to, it's easy to have $9 million and floss. But see, if you're really in debt for 15 million, you're basically broke.
Ooh.
Facts. Hey, and let me just speak on this, and then either man, you can pick it up. Because speaking of that financial counseling, Mr. Bryant, that's a great point that you made. Because a lot of people, you can give them the best advice, but sometimes people just don't want to hear it from you. It's like, man, who is you to tell me about my finances? Cool, you don't have to listen to me. But then when I suggest a tax professional or a financial expert, then a couple people there's like, oh, those people just scamming. Man, I ain't giving them niggas my money, man. They just want to get my money and I don't know what they gonna do with it. It's like, bruh, you don't even know what you're doing with your money. You know what I mean? At least these people have a better sense of what should be done with it and with the strategy. So even the pride and stubbornness will go into the seeking help portion of it, because I've given certain people advice and then they'll say, I know, which is the most annoying thing, because if you know, why aren't you already doing it? Why aren't you implementing this strategy? So that's why I try to just direct people, lead them to the water. But even then, people will make excuses. Like I said, oh, either man, who is he really help, man? He probably just trying to scam, man. No, man, it's a Ponzi scheme. So you could pick it up either, man.
So I say this right here is because so when it come down to so I think the car I bought, I think it's a 2010. So we're talking 10 years old, right? I think it's right at 100,000 miles. And I had one guy, he wanted to argue with me, right? He was like, what if the engine goes out? What if the transmission goes out? And he was going back and forth, right? He was going back and forth about it. And I asked him a simple question. What about that car you spent $20,000 on it? What if the engine go out on that? Who would be in a better situation to fix that engine? The person who don't have a car payment or the person that do? And I'm not against people buying nice things. If it's in your budget and it makes sense to you, I'm not against that. That's not what I'm saying. But the biggest thing that my goal in life is, I have my two youngest kids. I got a 1.5-year-old and I have a 3-month-old. When they get into elementary school, I want to be recess dad. So my goals might be different from you. So what is recess dad? Recess dad is, I want to be the only black man that shows up at recess and play with the kids at recess. I want to sit down with my kids and have lunch with them where they can eat food outside of the cafeteria. I want to be heavily involved in my kids' life. So I don't have 5 years to make payments on a car. I don't have that type of time based on my goals. So when I speak about the things that I'm speaking about, I'm talking about I am very goal driven, and for me to be able to retire in the next 4 to 5 years to be a full-time dad, of course I'm still going to run my businesses. It costs a level of sacrifice. And what I have learned in American culture is people don't like that word. They think it's a cuss word. They think it's a bad word. But if you got to be able to sacrifice for the greater good, and sometimes that greater good is that you might drive something that the person who's willing to make payments for the next 6 years is look a lot better. And the one thing that I learned is, why do you care what they think? I think a lot of people need to start having this mindset. Who care what John down the street think about me?
Facts.
What I care about is what my wife think about me. What I care about me is the impact that I'm making in my kids' life. A lot of people can't get ahead because they so worried about what a person think about them who do not even care about them.
Who doesn't even pay their bills, right? And either man, I gotta pick this up right here because this is a great point that you're touching on. So there will be some people that commute to work, right? So if you have to drive and commute to work, it makes sense to have a more car that's economically reliable on gas. So you may need a Prius, a Honda Civic, some type of cars like that. But I know some people that say, hey, I'm of a certain ilk, right? I'm that nigga, bro. I can't be riding around in a Prius. So you go and get the V8 muscle car, but you still gotta commute to work every day. So you look cool, but you just added an entire extra expense in gas because you need the premium gas. And it's like, man, what I look like riding in a Prius or some type of girly car. Like people will make up reasons to upgrade their life that they can't even afford. And then I want to say this last thing, and then I would love for Mr. Brian and either man to chime in. One of my homies, right? He had went and got a car and he bought it outright, but instead of paying the 5,000, like either man, he paid 13,000 because he went and got him a new car. And I mean, it was a used car. I thought the car was worth 13K. It's just it wasn't worth him paying it. Like, bro, you could have got something for 7K and still pocketed the rest. But he went and got a car for 13K. Then he went and took out a car note on a super nice Mercedes Benz. And I'm just like, bro, why'd you even get that car? His justification was, oh, when my son is about to graduate high school, and when he graduates high school, I'm gonna have this paid off so I can give him the car. And I told him straight up, and this is where I want y'all to pick it up because I don't have kids. So for some reason, but I do mentor youth and coach and all this stuff. But when you don't have kids, people act like your advice is irrelevant when it comes to kids. So I told him, like, bro, why are you even giving that to your son? Like, he's done nothing to earn that. And he's like, oh, bro, you don't understand. You don't have kids. His kid is not even doing good in school. So he's about to reward him. He's going to reward him with a dope Mercedes Benz for what, just existing. So y'all got kids, so y'all could pick it up from there. Would you give your kid a $15,000 plus car just because he graduated and or he might not even graduate, let's be honest, because he's struggling with grades, but he said he's gonna give it to him anyway. But y'all could pick it up from there.
Well,
Go ahead.
Sure,
Frequency, Mr. Best, do you mind if you take over for me?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, cool.
I have this question. We're gonna close out, but let me just say this: B-Eazy, yes, I would give that to my son. Why? Because it's my son and I love him. Okay. All the other coaches do it. They do it all the time. They don't care if their kids are doing well in school and none of that. They just take care of their kids and they provide wealth and they provide stability. They don't really care about none of this stuff. We set up all these stupid ass rules for no reason. You know what I mean? All they really want is all they tell them really about is, look, these are the finances. This is how we make money, and that's it. And you do whatever it takes to make money and take care of this family. That's what the coaches tell them. Other coaches are not concerned about all these other things that we are so concerned about. They're not. They're really not. They're not. I mean, I'm being honest with you. They are not, bro. They are not. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, if I could just add to that, me on the other hand, and I feel what Mr. Best is saying, but me on the other hand, I like to do things to teach lessons when it comes to raising my son, and he's approaching 18 now. So definitely I want to, him to understand the value of a coin. So it's easy for me to try to pull together $15,000 to get you a very nice, up-to-date of whatever it is that you want to floss and have this and that with your friends. I get that. Yeah, but no love loss. You see what I'm saying? But I have to do what I can afford to do. And not only that, but I want you to understand that if you're not, and listen to this principle very carefully. See, if you don't learn how to be faithful over a few things, then you cannot attain to be a ruler over many. So yes, let's try to get you a $5,000 car. You see what I'm saying? And if they let me put some money down on it and you're working, I want you to pay the car note until that's paid off. And then you can trade it in and upgrade as you wish. Because I want you to learn the process. You know, my first car was a Capri. I think it was a good God, I don't know what the year was, but it was a Capri. I don't even think they make those anymore. You know what I'm saying? And my mom bought it for, I think, $1,800. You see what I'm saying? And I worked and I took that car and I was able to get to back and forth to work. See what I'm saying? And then when I felt like I wanted to trade it in, I was able to do that. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you have to teach these young people the value of a dollar, the value of hard work. You see what I'm saying? Everything is not just with the silver spoon that's stuffed in your mouth. You know.
All right, so it's two answers to this question.
I got a question. I got a question real quick. Eater Man. I just want clarification on what B-Eazy said. Can the friend that you use as an example, could he afford to give that to his child? That's one thing I want to
know. I don't really know. I would say I don't know because people define afford a different way. They think like if I can make the payment on time, that I could afford it. But then a lot of times they say, "Oh man, but I'm still struggling." So that kind of sounds like you can't afford it. You know what I mean? So,
is he balling? Is he balling? Is he balling out of control?
He got his money up, but I don't think he's balling that much. I just don't think it was my personal thing. I don't think it was a good investment for him. So, is he making like six figures? I would say no.
So it's two ways that I can approach this, and I'm glad that Mr. Best actually answered that question. Right. So first of all, I'm not going to do anything for my kids that I will not do for myself, right? So if I'm in a situation that everybody know that I pay cash for cars, right? And if I buy myself a $5,000 car, the lid for my child is $5,000. I'm not about to go do better for him because he's my child. The second of all is I think Mr. Best asked the best question. Can he afford it? I don't believe in financing cars because you never know, like your job is not permanent, your income is not permanent. So I believe people should pay those things out, but I'm not against people who do it. So if he financed the $15,000, I think that it wasn't what I would do, but I'm not knocking him for what he was doing for his child. But my first car was an 85 Cutlass Supreme. It was $1,300. I remember it like yesterday. I remember the paint job was really messed up. 4-door Cutlass. I paid $600 to get my Cutlass painted. So I remember that principle that my parents taught me because my parents said this right here. They said, "We're not paying for your car. You got a job." I was working at Kroger's at the time. They said, "You get half of the money. Whatever you got half of, we're going to match the other half." And I learned the principle. I respected that car. I made sure that car had oil changes, tires, because my money was tied up into it. So I'm not against him having a $5,000 car, but if he get a $5,000 car, I would kind of take the same route that my parents took, which says that you need to come up with $7,500 and we will come up with the most because I respected it and appreciated a little bit more because my hard working dollar was in it.
Yeah, and that's kind of all the message that I was trying to convey to him because actually, if you know, he got a new Mercedes, so it's like it's upwards of like 50K. You know what I mean? The other cars, actually, he bought some other cars outright for like 13K, 15K, etc. And then he went and got another car. So that's why I was saying, like, bro, why'd you get this car? And then that was his reasoning for it. And I do get the point that Mr. Best was saying about what other cultures do and all this stuff. I was just, taught to, because he's always complaining how, man, my kids cost me this. Man, it's so expensive, bro. They want all these video games. He'll complain about the stuff and then he'll buy it. And I'm trying to tell him, like, why don't you teach your kids the value of money and earning stuff? Your kid asks for a game, you get it. Your kids say they want this car, you get it. And you justify it as saying, well, I'm their dad and I didn't have this stuff and I didn't have a father that got me stuff. I just don't know if that's the, most thorough or rational logic just to be spending stuff, but, I could be misconstrued with that, but that's just my position on it. Not to say that, hey, your kid doesn't deserve nice things or don't give it to him. I just think you're producing a better citizen of society to have them appreciate things and actually work for things. His kid, based on him telling me, his kid is cutting up in school, fighting, doing all this stuff, don't pay attention, and then you want to reward him with a super car. I don't know. I'm not saying don't give it to the car. Don't give him the car, but my position to him was just like, just let him earn it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Listen, that makes a lot of sense to me. Like I said, my tactics may be a little bit different than others. But at the same time, my son is very deserving of a lot of, he graduated from high school early, and several months early. You know what I'm saying? And he's working. You see what I mean? So he's on the right path, but at the same time, he still has to be taught, because you don't know everything at 17 and 18. You see what I'm saying? I didn't get this old for no reason. I think I have some gems to drop. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I do want him to understand the value of hard work, and you work for what you get. You earn what you get. Things are not just handed to you all the time, and if you could just be faithful. Listen, how in the world, if you're not faithful over a few coins that I give you, how are you going to be faithful over big money if you happen to win the lottery or come into a big slab of money? You see, so let's, teach our kids these things early, because financial stability is something, and unfortunately, they're not even teaching it in the schools. I think they should start in middle school with this, financial literacy. And they used to have a class similar to that. What was it called? Economics or home economics, or whatever they called it. But they took that out of the school as well. So, it's up to us parents to teach our children the value of coins, money, finances. It starts with their little tiny allowance. Well, listen, you're not going to get an allowance if you're not doing any chores. See, that's how that's a work ethic, and a lot of us, hey, the kids don't even know how to wash a dish. They don't
do chores no more.
Yeah, they don't know how to mop. They don't even know how to mop. I had to tell my son, wait, hold on, no. You sweep first, then you mop. These are things that's being lost when it comes to our children. We're not teaching them, But
let's get Queen in.
Yeah, definitely. Get the Queen. I want to give a special shout out to Roy B. Privilege. Roy B. Privilege, good to see you, sis. You know what I mean? What's going on? But Queen, I definitely want to get you in here. I just want to say this one thing real quick. Listen, if I ever do, have kids or and also Ghost Regiment Network by Mike Ascara, salute to you as well. You know what I'm saying? If I ever do, decide to have kids at a certain point, you know what I mean? I want to be really, really well off. Like, I really want to have like a lot of money. You know what I mean? Where I don't got to really worry about nothing. The kid ain't got to worry about nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to be completely well off. Like, I really want to plan No, I mean, it's parenthood, if you feel what I'm saying. No, I mean, no pun intended. But
I think we all want that. I think I don't know too many people that don't want that.
Yeah. But see, Mr. Bryant, like that's what I'm aiming for. And the reason why is because I do want my kids to, I don't want my kids to work hard. I basically don't want my kids really to work at all. I don't want them to sweep. I don't want them to mop. I don't really want them to do anything. Now, if they have to do this because I can't afford like a maid or a butler, then yeah, I'll teach them that stuff. But I really don't want my kids doing anything. I hate it working.
Now, see, that's where me and you would probably differ.
Yeah,
because I don't agree with that.
No, I know, Mr. Brown. I know. But let me finish. I hated working. I hated reading all them books. Really, as a kid, I just wanted to play and have fun. So in a sense, I would educate my kids on certain things, and I would try to, allow them to do certain things. But I really would just let my kids kind of, just really just enjoy life and have fun and eat ice cream in the morning and just enjoy life and be kids, man. I would teach them the food groups and how to be healthy and stuff like that. But outside that, I really, really want them to have a care in the world. I just would want them to kind of just live like scot-free and just chill and go on vacations and live a life that I could never, ever live. I mean, I've had to work hard ever since I was like 16, 17, 18. I don't want that for my kids. I want my kids just to really just be comfortable. Like literally,
Let me ask you this, 84, if I could. 84, let me ask you this. Since you said you had to work since you were 16, what did you learn from the process? What did you learn about life from having to work for what you have? What did you learn? What lessons did you gain from that?
I mean, I've gained a lot of lessons, but the biggest lesson I learned is that you got to work smarter, not harder. So if I could have worked smarter and not work as hard, I would have done that. But I didn't know that at first. I thought because I was taught mostly by my grandfather that it was about hard work. So that's what I instilled in myself. But and I also use my mind about a lot of things too. But I would say that I want to take away from Queen and Raw B. I'm gonna get to them right after this. The only thing I want to say is this: at the end of the day, if I could have had it the other way, and I could have been spoiled my whole life, and I only had to worry about just what gift I was gonna get, hell, I would have definitely took that. You know what I mean? That's what I want to give my kids. I'm not even gonna lie to you, but if I do have a kid and I do have to teach them like how to value a dollar and how to work hard or whatever, and I do have a baby and that is what it is, then of course I'm gonna teach them that because I have no choice. I don't have the money and the resources to them to live scot-free. But best believe if I'm wealthy and I have a child, they ain't doing nothing but chilling. Like straight up.
A lot of our young people have learned to live scot-free off of women. See what I'm saying? They send them to work and then they sit down on the couch and play video games and wait for them to get home from work. So you see what I'm saying? So we have to teach our sons and our daughters the value of working. We're not just here. We're not placed on this earth just to sit around and chew gum and blow bubbles. No.
Yeah. I want my kids.
We have a definite purpose.
I really want my kids to be able to ride on roller coasters. Hell, I would probably have a roller coaster in the back of the house if I could.
Well, now, see, listen, that sounds like a fantasy. But listen,
I know, that's what I want my kids to have.
Right. It sounds like a fantasy. And see, you have to raise up your kids to live in reality. See what I'm saying? You have to walk out the door. Listen, wait, let me finish. You have to be able to walk out of the door, son, and make it back. So there's some prejudiced police out there, son, that I have to tell you about how to conduct yourself when you walk out the door. We're living in reality. We're not always on a roller coaster. And see, you know what I'm saying? Eating ice cream. Come on.
Yeah, of course, I'm going to teach them. No, of course, I'm going to teach them about like racism and stuff like that. But like I said, if I can have it my way, my kids won't have to worry about anything. Point blank, period. But like I said, that's me. That's what I would want to do. But you know what I mean? That's just me. But in reality, that would take a lot of time, a lot of me working hard. But if I have to work hard, I don't want my kids working hard. I don't want them to be working at all. Period. Like I just don't.
What about if he had a son who had a wife? Should he work to take care of his wife, or should he not?
Nah, if I have enough wealth, they're living off the wealth that I've obtained.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna leave you right there. I want you to keep dreaming and living that fantasy.
I think you got to think.
I don't want to bust your bubble.
I think what we do is
I don't have it like that right now. I don't have it right there.
But 84, I got to think of my grandkids. I got to make sure I put them in position that they can take care of their offspring. Because it's not really about them. You're typically going to be in your kid's life their whole life, typically, most of their life, right? But when you start talking about your grandkids, if you haven't showed them the life skills on how to make money, your grandkids are going to suffer. It's a saying, if you raise your kids right, you can spoil your grandkids because they're raising their kids. But if you don't raise your kids right, you will be raising your grandkids. And I think what we got to think about is we're not just thinking about them. Let's think about the next 4 and 5 generations. And I think we move different. And I don't want to go long-winded because I know Queen and Rob want to get in there.
Yeah, but like I said, I want my kids to live in a fantasy world. Right? I want them to live like Michael Jackson kids. Right? That's what I want from my kids. I want them to be chilling. Like, I'm not even lying to y'all.
So strange. I never would have thought in a
Mr.
million
Best
years.
Ranch.
I never would have thought in a
Yes.
million years that 84 would have that type of concept. You know, that he wants his kids to
I
live
would
in a
want that
fantasy
feeling.
world and not understand that there are some child molesters out there. Let me teach you some things about reality. I never would have thought that you would have had that type of concept, brother. I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Oh, but I don't think that's what he's saying, though. He's not saying he won't teach them anything. I think he's saying he wants them to be carefree and enjoy
I see.
life
Willy Wonka
without
and the
worries.
Chocolate Factory. I get it.
Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. But he's also pushing it way, like he's like capping too about
Well, you
roller
know,
coasters in
I
the
see what's
backyard.
going on. Exactly. I get it. So yeah,
I think he is. I
And
don't
could
know.
any of us afford to be carefree?
I
Yes.
don't know.
We
Yes.
can't. We no.
Yes. Can I talk? Can I talk real quick?
Go
Can I
ahead,
talk
Queen.
real quick? Okay, so I grew up in New York. 6 kids, 2 dogs. I mean, I have 5 siblings, 2 dogs, 2 miscarriages, 3-story house, 2-family house, parents own. They're on property somewhere else, rented it out. So living a carefree life. I didn't have my first job until I was in college. No, actually, that's not true. I was a nanny, but I was a nanny by choice to my cousin and my niece because I was still figuring out whether I wanted to go to college. Went to college, didn't pay no rent, had a full ride, financial aid, whatever. Mom had ATM cards to my families. They put money in my account. Didn't have to work all throughout college. Whatever I wanted, before I could even ask for it, there was a box in the mail to me. Hey, I just wanted to send you a little something. But I'm number 5 of 6. So did they have their struggles? Yes. But at the end of the day,
You spoiled.
I've traveled. I had a passport since I was 5 years old. It was filled up with stamps. So I traveled as a kid. I went to summer camp. Disney World was our playground. So, but they had 6 kids. I'm number 5. Mind you, it was supposed to be 8 of us. So I do believe you can have, I don't think my parents necessarily said, oh, I'm gonna put all this money away for each child or whatever else. But I do believe that there's a way to do it. I mean, I didn't drive until I moved to the West Coast because in the East Coast, you don't need a car. Public transportation in New York is cheap and it runs all night. So,
Queen, roughly, what do you think your family income was doing the supply this type of lifestyle?
I think combined, I think they were, I don't know. I never thought about it, but you know, my dad he worked for the airline industry, and at times he got laid off. So at times there was one income, but nothing ever stopped. We still traveled. We still did those things, and they still maintained a 2-family house with a renter upstairs, and they still had the property. So I think they were just good with money.
Is it a possibility that your household was being sustained by only bringing in about 60,000 that year. Is that a possibility?
I think when my dad was laid off, yes.
And you said that y'all guys did not miss a beat. So
no.
Based off your personal story, a family can be sustained for less than $60,000. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but we also had rental property, and you got to figure rent and mortgage is a lot different than it is now back then. So, my sister, for instance, in North Carolina, her mortgage, she has 5-6 acres. Her mortgage is $700. My rent out here is $3,000.
I get the point that you said, but you said some things that was very instrumental to my argument earlier. You said they were smart with their money. What I'm saying is, at 60,000 or 40,000, you have to be smart. You have to move with the best interest of your family. So can we at least agree, if a person's smart and they're moving right, they're investing in rental properties, they're investing in all those things, can we agree if a person's smart with their money, they can sustain a lifestyle with one income at 60,000?
I would say I don't agree with that, because it's also the time in which they were living. The rent, my brother had a 1-bedroom in California. His rent that's who I came to live with at one point. He had a 1.5 bedroom when I moved to California or West Coast. I came to live with him to start off in school. His rent was $300. Rent is not, you can't find rent for $300. So I don't believe that. I think it's a different time because of where rent prices are, and the cost of living is much different than it was back in the day. So I don't agree with that per se, because I looked it up, and depending on where you live, depends on how much money you need to make to even be able to afford to rent places. Rent is not cheap. So
I was thinking kind of what you were saying. You said that your sister, I think, stays in South Carolina. She got 7 acres. She's paying $700 a month, right?
Yeah, but she has very excellent credit, and she needs a car because there's no public transportation too. So you need a reliable car too. So that's another expense.
I get that point. The point that I'm making is, if I live in New York, if I live in San Francisco, if I live in Seattle, and I'm only making $60,000, I might need to open up my idea of moving somewhere to a place like South Carolina that would be able to give and provide a better lifestyle. Like, I was just encouraging the young man. I said, hey, look for jobs outside of your city. If you can find something in South Carolina that you're making 60 or a little bit less, and the cost of living is a lot less, you can be able to provide a better lifestyle. I think so many people are in love with the city, but they got to move what's best for their family and for their family future.
You know what? I'm glad Either Man said that. And Marcus, I'm glad you said what you said in the comments too. Let everybody share what they share. I'm going to get to Robbie in a second. I just want to say this. At the end of the day, right, we teach our kids the things we got to teach them out of survival, right? So you got to teach your kids hard work. You got to teach them certain skills. You got to teach them certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're growing up in certain neighborhoods, your parents teach you, look, don't go down that block. If you go down that block, this is what's going on, and I don't want you going down that block. We teach our kids things out of survival. The reason why I said I wouldn't want my kids to have to go through certain things, because I don't want them to have to go through the survival things that I had to go through. Yes, it sharpened my character. Yes, it made me, great in a lot of ways, and it helped me as a person, whatever, and all that other stuff. But if I can have where my kids don't have to worry about the things I had to worry about, then have to learn the things I have to learn, and have to go through the hardships I had to go through, then yeah, of course I would love for them to have that. You know what I'm saying? And I would love for them to have a more chill life than what I had. You know what I'm saying? I had to do a lot of things to survive.
But Mr. Best, I would say stress teaches us. Stress is a good thing. I know the world have taught us that we don't supposed to be stressed out and we're supposed to live in this kumbaya. But back in the day when I went into the the first thing the military do is they create a stressful environment because they realize that they want you to be able to make a decision that is a good decision, even when things are not the best, right? So I remember the first night that they woke us up in the military, they was beating on cans, there was this, that, and the third, and I saw the people who had silver spoons. They completely emotionally broke down in that situation. But it was a lot of guys who was from the hood, or a lot of guys who parents been yelling at them since they was a kid. They reacted completely different in that stressful environment. I just believe if we try to pamper our kids or make it where our kids do not see life in the world, they experience life in the real world, I think we might be setting our kids up for failure, and they can't process. They can't really process what we should have taught them at a younger age, and now they're trying to process this as an adult. That's the only pushback I have on what you're saying.
And then if I could just add something to that, I would love to do that. You know, even when it came to my son, you know, I made sure that I lived in certain areas, and because I wanted him to grow up in certain environments, and I didn't want him to have the hustle and bustle of living in a bad, treacherous area. You see what I'm saying? So I did whatever it took for me to provide that, you know, for him. Now he's 18 now. You know, but we were able to accomplish that up until he's just about he's a young man now. You see what I'm saying? You know, but even if we did have to live in some of these areas, you know, he still would have been taught some of the same principles and morals and standards. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the silver spoon, I feel like he does definitely have a silver spoon, because I didn't have a dad in my life, and, you know, two parents in the household, and you see what I'm saying? And you know, getting everything that I wanted, even though I was the only child. He's the only child too. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, he's had his way of luxuries in some ways. I could definitely say that. But that doesn't negate the fact that I need him to, you know, listen and you know, pay attention. You know, life is not an easy road for everyone. You see, so because you have to get out here and function. Dad and mom is not always going to be here. See, so we're preparing you so that you can go out there and do what's necessary to be the man that you need to be. You see, so it's not, and that whole process is really not based upon, you know, lavish finances and what can we get you, and, you know, all of these things, you know. So, yeah, I need him to understand, hey, there's a gas bill, there's a light bill. Now he's at the age where I need him to understand those things. Now, when he was a child, you know, I didn't want him to feel the brunt of certain things. You see what I'm saying?
So, Mr. Bryant, I believe both of you guys are making good points. It's just it's a medium in the middle. I went to Disney World as a kid, but I also had to pay.
Hey, listen, my son has been to many, many wonderful places.
I know, but I want to make this point. I went to Disney World as a kid, and I still had to pay for half of my vehicle. Like, it was my responsibility growing up was to keep the yard up. That was one of my first business. I first learned how to maintain my own house, and then I started maintaining, you know, 15, 20, 30 people around the neighborhood houses. I went from that neighborhood to other. I got to a point where not only was I making money, I was paying bills in my mother's house, and I believe that it really prepared me for adulthood. I know people frown upon it, but it was at one point I was making as much money as my mama was making, and I felt like it was only right for me to contribute to the house.
That's exactly what, you know, that I'm teaching my son. You know, he's got his little job now, and, you know, I want him to take a little break from school for some, you know, few months or whatever, because he did a very good job. So, you know, relax a little bit. He's got his little job going on, but I still want you to pay attention. What's going on in the house? You're becoming a young man now. You need to start learning how to contribute to what's going on. You see what I'm saying?
I'll keep it short, y'all. Keep it short because I'm getting a raw beat right now. Look,
okay.
So I get what everybody's saying. You know, I've been, like I said, I'm working since I was 16. So me working hard, I'm almost 40 now. So it's over 20, almost 25 years. So me doing all the stuff that I've done, right? You know what I mean? At times, you know, it made me desensitized, it made me animalistic, and made me not care about what other people's doing because I was just working hard. I had to provide, I had to live, I had to survive. So I wasn't so empathetic or sympathetic to how people feel or what they was thinking. I was like, man, F that. I'm working hard. You need to work hard too. You know what I'm saying? I don't want my kids to become the animal that I've had to become. You know what I'm saying? I want them to be different. I want them to be more chill. There's times where I've had to learn to listen to people and hear people out because I was so focused on getting shit done that I didn't really care about nothing about what nobody felt or even how I felt. I just wanted to make that money. And that was my mindset. But I don't want my kids to go through that. You know what I'm saying? So that's just me. But Raw B, go ahead and rock out.
First of all, y'all been up here. Y'all been so loquacious. Just chickadee chatting it up. Hey, everybody. Hey,
Hi, Raw B.
B. I am like you so back. Hey, boy. Hey, either man. Listen, check this out.
What's up with it?
Well, before
Y'all
you
cutting up.
answer
No.
the basic
I done sat here for 55 hours and
I know,
36 years.
we really appreciate you. I just want you to answer the topic of the night. Can a family be sustained for 60,000? Answer that question, and you can say whatever you want because I want to understand your perspective.
Yes, a family could be sustained for $60,000. A family could be sustained for $20,000 if you need to. Like, I mean, I get it. Some people talk about price of rent, cost of inflation, price of food, whatever. Whatever money that you got coming in is the money that you're gonna use to raise your family. Period. So all these fairy tales that people be talking about, oh, high value man, yeah, guess what? LaShonda and them down the street got a baby with a Pookie, and that dude ain't making but $12 for the whole year. And guess what? Her kids are still living. So knock it off already. Everybody that love these grand fairy tale ass lifestyles, good for you. Kudos. Legit. Like props. But I know the story from a whole bunch of avenues. Take for instance, my father had kids in different homes, and all three of us were raised differently. My older siblings spoiled that shit. They're worthless. No shade. But my one sibling did own their own home and didn't ever pay rent on their own. They didn't ever really pay bills until they was like almost at the top of the hill. You understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about literally 45 years old. And they don't have children, and they're not really, they're able to live a happy life or whatever. But as far as a certain skill level, in my opinion, they don't got it. My other sibling the same way, very spoiled, think like it's supposed to go their way. Anytime anything goes to the left, they having a meltdown, emotional damage, all of this and all of that. Now me, my mother, something special. No shade to nobody else's mom in the whole wide world. But my mother made sure that if she passed away in an instant, that I would still be able to thrive, that I was prepared for life, no matter what came the way. We have always had chores in my household with my mother, how she raised us. And I'm going to tell you something. As strict as my mother was, I didn't have any children until I was 32, and I had multiple accomplishments and accolades under my belt. My sisters are 32 years old. They're twins. They are still virgins. We had to go to church every week. Matter of fact, before I moved to Arkansas, even as an adult, I was in church on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, Saturday afternoon, and Sunday morning. It's morals, it's values. I have a maid right now. Either man can tell you because he knows he fusses at me all the time about that expense. I have a maid and my children do chores every single day. Not because we don't have nobody coming in here to clean up the mess, but because they need to appreciate the value of somebody else's hard work on top of their own. You have to take care of where you live. You have to take care of your stuff. You have to have pride and ownership, regardless to whatever you got. Ain't no difference between the man that shines shoes at the damn train station and the CEO of the top of the world. Everybody puts on their pants the same way, one leg at a time, and then they get up and they go about their business. The difference is what you have instilled in you as a person. Because like Ron said earlier, if God give you pennies and you can't corral him, you don't have good stewardship over that, you're not never gonna get a whole fountain of money. That's just not gonna happen because you're gonna be wasteful. When you teach children that they can eat whatever they want, do whatever they want, act, you know what I'm saying, and live in this damn la la land. Not only is that setting up bad health principles, which is why we get to obesity because people want to eat bubble gums, lollipops, gumdrops, and bullshit. Like it also teaches them an unrealistic perception of what life will be because they gonna get their way inside your house. And as soon as they go to school, they're gonna have a problem. And as soon as they go to work, they're gonna have a problem. And as soon as they get in a relationship, they're gonna have a problem. On top of that, we're talking about single parent homes, girls that can't cook, men that don't know how to be husbands or boyfriends, support systems, or fathers. Well, when do they start learning that? They start learning that from the moment that they could talk. Why you need to be teaching your kids how to cook. My daughter's been in the kitchen since she was 3 years old. She's 4 years ahead of me because I was cooking since I was 7. You understand what I'm saying? That's also that cleaning aspect and avenue. How can a young girl be prepared to be a wife and take care of a house if she never cleaned her damn house? How can a young man be prepared to take care of his space and make his wife's life a little bit easier and interact with his children if he don't know how to clean up behind him? All the men in my life that I've ever known, you're like, yeah, I love my wife, I love woman. A woman is an added value and a bonus. But you better believe I could get my ass in that kitchen and I could feed myself. But you better believe I could wash my own clothes. But you better believe, and men need to have those skill sets too. Because if you have a woman and she gets pregnant, she could also pass away on that delivery table. Then what you gonna do with your kid? You're gonna just find another woman to take her place? Nah, Nick, that's not how none of that works. But I'm gonna be quiet because I got a different set of morality. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, kid.
That's good. Oh my God, I'm glad. See, it's crazy when you raise these women right. They know right. But go ahead, Brian. I'm Mr. Brian. I'm gonna let you get in there.
Hey, you listen. I don't even know how to come behind that, but a lot of facts, involved in what the sister just said, and I'm glad to hear that come from one of our sisters. You know what I'm saying? Because many of them, are a little bit misguided, if I could say that, in a kind way. But those are factual things that very, very realistic. That's reality right there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Who are we raising? Nobody's a perfect parent. You know what I'm saying? And God knows I'm not. I can look at my son now and see some, things that if I could go back and change certain things, I would definitely do that. You see what I'm saying? But overall, I know that I meant well and I did the best that I could, and that's all it is, But for us to feed our children these pipe dreams and that everything is high in the sky. Now, if we can do that, even if I had the resources to, see what I'm saying, take you to, Willy Wonka's chocolate factory and let you have a good time there. You still have to know after the fact that there's still a floor, there's still a kitchen, there's still a bathroom. These are areas that need to be cleaned. You have chores in the house. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, this is not punishment. This is just life. These are principles that we grew up learning how to do. If listen, for instance, when I was growing up and I washed the dishes, because I'm the only child, I was very jealous of a lot of my friends who had many siblings because, they could take turns doing shit. I couldn't take turns. Everything that had to be done, it was my chore. See what I'm saying? I couldn't take turns washing the dishes, or I couldn't take turns cutting the grass. I couldn't take turns. You see what I'm saying? But my mother was, she was a single parent and she raised me. But one thing, principle that she taught me is how to clean stuff. And this is one of the processes. Now, if I had to wash the dishes, and she found something on one of the dishes, she made me go back and wash every single dish all over again.
In the whole house. Every dish in the cabinet, every pot, man.
And I'm talking about not just the dishes, but the forks, the utensils, everything. Because at that point, she said, you didn't do a good job.
They call it
And you must better
half-ass
learn a
cleaning.
lesson. Right.
Exactly. You know, how
That
do
way.
I still have a piece of bacon on this plate? You see what I'm saying? All the other plates look good, you know. Oh, but no. You go back in there, Negro, and you're gonna wash every dish, every plate. You see what I'm saying? So, you know,
And
I
the
was
next
taught
time
that
you
way.
did that
If
chore,
my mom told me to clean the
mm,
bathroom, if she told me to clean the bathroom, come on. She's
I got a
looking,
question.
she's
I
looking
got
for
a
stuff when she goes in there. This is how I learned how to clean.
Yes, I got a question because I was raised a little different.
Yeah.
So do you believe?
Oh, you froze up, man.
yeah, you did.
I think the spirit said no, Vaughn.
Y'all can't hear me? Can y'all hear
Now
me
we
now?
can hear you. Now we can hear you.
All right, so the dynamics, let's say this. I have a male and I have a female child, right? I have 2 children, right? Do you believe that you should teach gender roles? Should men do outside work and women do inside work? Or should you make it dynamic where they do both?
Well, me, I listen, I have a man child, so I can't, I didn't have a daughter. But what I would say is when it comes to chores, far as cleaning and mopping and washing clothes and dishes and all of those things, yeah, I think that the young man should learn that too. Because see, one thing about this situation, like Raw B said, he's going to grow up and become a bachelor, is what we used to call it. I don't know what they call it now. Maybe you're just single or whatever. And you need to know how to tend your home and your house. What woman wants to come over your house if you're nasty? Do you know what I'm saying?
Those are big facts, especially the bathroom. Because if the bathroom is discussion, I'm out of there.
I'm
not
just saying, you know, so these are things that need to be learned, you know. But as far as what E-Man is saying, you know, should you teach different gender roles? I do agree with that. You know, I would show the young man how to do some gardening, but at the same time, women do gardening as well. You see what I'm saying? Girls can get out there and learn how to do gardening as well.
So should young women, hold on, I want to make sure I understand.
Now, if I had a daughter and a son, the son would definitely be taking out the trash. I wouldn't put that task on my daughter.
I get that. So should we have young women outside cutting grass? Like, because those...
Yep. Get your John Deere, ride on mower,
cut grass,
bust it out.
Did you ever had to cut the grass, Robbie?
Sure did. Sure did. And my best friend, she's married. She have a whole husband, and that is her whole solace is cutting her grass. She got her little John Deere. She be outside with her little beers or whatever on her mower, running around cutting her grass. We don't play them games where I'm from.
So what about you, Mr. Bryant? Should your daughter be out there cutting grass?
Now, if I had sons, my daughters would not be out there cutting grass. And if I just had a daughter, I don't believe that I would have her out there cutting grass. I would hire a gardener, or either I would do it. Do you see what I'm saying? But at the same time, I think that it would be a good thing for her to learn how to work with her hands in the yard, maybe planting some tomatoes, maybe tending to a garden. Do you see what I'm saying?
That could still be. That could also be a good bonding moment.
Let me say this.
Wait. Hold on. Am I wrong about that?
No, Mr. Bryant, I'm not. No. You're not. Listen. Like I said before, the preface of my statement was right, and listen. Of course, I'm not. And to answer what Robbie was saying too, I'm not gonna have my kids eating ice cream all the time. I said I want them to just be living carefree, eating ice cream and chilling. But of course, I'm gonna teach them how to eat healthy. I'm a health nut, so of course I'm gonna teach them that. Salute to Marcus. I'm glad you're up here. Listen, at the end of the day, right? We are taught things based on necessity, based on survival. Okay. That's why we are taught certain things. You know what I mean? It's not because we just want to build work ethic and all this stuff, because a lot of kids don't have work ethic, and their family have great wealth, and they're sustainable, and they're doing well, and they don't have to teach their kids certain things, because certain kids don't have to worry about that. Okay? We teach things based on survival. So Mr. Bryant, if you had a daughter and you knew that you had a big yard and you knew that you didn't have the means to afford somebody to come, you know what I mean, and basically mow that lawn, it would be in your best interest to teach her how to do that. You know what I mean? Because
I would not do that.
Even if you couldn't afford it?
No. I'm sorry. Now, I'm just telling you me, okay? Now that's all I can do, bro. You know, and I respect you for who you are, but this is me. No, I would not have my daughter out cutting the grass. I would hire her.
So why do we feel that it's necessary.
I'm just saying. That's just
hold on. Let me ask the question, Mr. Bryant, because I got to go after this. Why do we feel it's necessary to teach young men women roles, but it's not necessary to teach young women men roles?
Okay, so you want me to answer that, right?
Anybody can, but
okay,
preferably
I can answer that.
I preferably would like you to answer it.
Well, just like Robbie said, she cut grass, you know, and she did what she had to do for when she had to do it. You know what I'm saying? I absolutely have no problem with the young lady cutting the grass if she's very well capable of doing it. You see what I'm saying? Mowing the lawn is not that hard work. You see what I'm saying? Unless you let it get to the point to where it's ungodly high, to where you have to use a sickle and all these other things to just get the grass down enough to where you can cut it, you know. But if it's a maintained yard, it's nothing wrong with pushing a lawnmower. And I get that. You see what I'm saying? I get it. But I wouldn't want that to be my daughter's chore. Now, not to say that I would not allow her to do it for the sake of knowing how to do it. You see what I'm saying? Because a female is very well capable of mowing a lawn. You see what I'm saying?
But no, that was my point. I believe that we should teach our sons how to clean, how to wash it, but I don't think that should be his normal chore. I think he should be taking out the trash. He should be cleaning out cleaning out the yard. I'm okay with you teaching your kids this, but I think his bias was to say that we're gonna make him do all the roles that's typically for women, and that's gonna be his normal chores. But when it comes down to women, they got to learn it, but they don't have to do it all the time.
But you know what? When you look at it, and as growing up, and I'm pretty sure Robbie probably could attest to this. You know, the girls want to do stuff like that. They want to. They let me cut the grass. Let me push the lawnmower. Yeah. Oh no, am I wrong?
No, not the women.
That's bad. That's bad.
No. Listen.
Yeah, I'm with either man, not the women I know.
No. Either man. I'm not saying women. Now, I'm not talking about grown women. I'm talking about
little girls.
Little girls
want to do everything their dad is doing.
Your question was, should we teach them gender roles? Is that what you said earlier? Now, if we're teaching them those things, then they must be in a state of age where they are not an adult. And oftentimes, even if a father's cutting the grass and he has a daughter, and it intrigues her, she wants to try to learn to do it too. So I would definitely not discourage. I wouldn't discourage someone from allowing them to do that.
Well, I'm just saying, growing up with sisters, my sisters had zero desire to cut the grass. They understood that the men cut the grass and we took out the trash. They didn't even. It wasn't inside of them because they understood that was not their responsibility. Me and my brothers, we knew how to wash dishes, but the women wash dishes in our house.
That's you know how to do it.
But you know what, E-Man? A lot of young ladies grow up in a household full of men. And so they learn how to repair cars. They learn how to fix a lamp. They learn how to do a little plumbing in the bathroom. You know, a lot of these young women, they're not just sitting around just trying to wear dresses and skirts all the time. You know, they inquire, like, how do you do that? I want to know how to do it. Even my wife to this day, you know, she knows how to change a toilet seat or do whatever. You know what I'm saying?
But I just want to tell you guys, this was such a great conversation. I really hope
it was. Definitely it was.
Have more conversations like this because it was very informative. It is time for me to go and spend some time with my family and get some sleep. I really appreciate y'all coming up, and I hope we can dive into some of these issues because I'm just on the top of the surface, and me and Rob, we need to go a little deeper, and I ain't got the time tonight. So I appreciate y'all guys having me over here tonight, okay?
Don't worry,
Always
we're
a
going to have
pleasure
one
to
of
see
these
you.
conversations
Thank you, bro.
real soon.
We definitely are. We definitely are.
Peace out, bro.
I got over like 50 topics on this type of
Peace
stuff.
out, E-Man.
Hey, man. Marcus, what's good, man? What's good? Talk
What's
to us.
up? How's everybody doing?
Good to you.
Chilling.
Good. No, I like the conversation. I think it was dope. I thought it was it's a fair point of view from Mr. Best and what Vaughn Bryant is saying too, because they're parents that they honestly want to give the best they want for their kids. If you have a kid, right? I personally can't speak if I have a kid or not. I don't, but I would try to at least install and teach them, hey, if I were to ever have one, hey, this is what it takes. This is what it looks like to have hard work. And you feel proud of yourself when you end up earning your first actual check, the W-2 written check.
The real
and,
one.
Yeah, the real one, right? Not the one you get paid under the table. So, those are nice too, right? Cash is cash. But I think it's a little different when you are actually able to pay a bill or two in the house and contribute, and not just let not just see your parents be the ones to put it in. Like, you can actually be helping them because you want to, not because you have to, but because you want to. And that speaks more to, I guess, a certain level of character and a certain level of loyalty, if you have that code of honor with your family. But my father, he was basically the provider and the breadwinner in the family. And my mother, for the most part, she didn't work, but she did what she had to do at home and whatever else that she was involved in. My parents technically met working in hotels. Then my father ended up having his own business after. And then from there on, his business took off. It was consistent, hard work, building up his clientele. And then I was the one actually helping because he needed help with translating and math and doing the numbers and stuff. So, and because they had a lack of level of education, it wasn't their fault. It was mostly because, parents in Mexico, they take them away from school, have the boys work in the fields, stuff like that. And then my mother, she told me last time she didn't finish high school, and she didn't graduate from high school either. So, and that was, Mexico's education level. Even though she was an American citizen, she grew up over there. But, when my father taught me, hey, how to use tools, how to repair things at home, how to mow the lawn, fix the lawnmower, check the car when it's having issues, not just your, not just the oil, not just the service oil, but the power steering fluids, the brake fluids, brake pads, checking the tire pressure, etc., checking the fuse box, all that stuff, and then trying to how to use power tools, how to work a grill, clearly how to cook for myself, because I do like cooking, so I don't mind cooking. I don't mind being in the kitchen. So ladies, y'all good. But clearly, like, there's a lot to learn on both sides. My father, he ended up getting his business up, I think, giving almost like 6-figure salary, give or take. But it took him a while. It didn't happen overnight. It did not happen overnight. And Rome was not built in a day. But I appreciate everything that he tried to do for me, and my mother too. So, yeah, I think it's dope. And I know there's parents here on this panel that they're doing the best they can for their kid. And I got no hate, no shade for anybody.
Got all the smoke. Now I'm just playing. I'm playing.
I got you. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I guess. Nah, I'm just
Great conversation, but I do have a question before we leave. And I don't want to cause any trouble, but what is going on in these spaces lately, man? Because people are just running amok, and I mean, I don't know, it's the worst that I've ever seen it in some of these on these panels and channels. It's like, what is going on, man? People are just arguing and fighting, and it's just they won't shut up. It's like it's like they don't like each other, but yet they get on the panel and they're just talking for hours. I don't get
that's more of a backstage conversation, Mr. Bryant.
Okay. yeah, right.
I know.
Nah,
That's
Raw B looked like she got something to chime in. She looked like she want to chime in front stage.
Honestly, it's like it has progressed into something worse than what it was in the almost 3 years that I've been on YouTube. It just seems like it has morphed into something even worse. And I'm trying to figure out what is this spirit? What is going on? Like, why are we at such odds with each other like this? This one and that one, and and then our verbiage and our language is just atrocious. We don't care, how we speak or talk. You know, a lot of us hide behind, like you say, the avatars. You know, I don't cam up, but at least you could see a picture of who I am, and that's my real name. I'm not ashamed of my real name. You know, but then you have, you know, a Baby Blade and all of these different people that you know, and they get on and they just fuss and argue. Man, it's but the level of it right now of what I'm seeing, I'm like, wow, I didn't think it could get any worse. And it actually is getting worse. I watched a stream the other day, and literally, while I was looking at it, and it had a lot of characters that everybody on this panel knows, but I actually felt like they were like children inside of a classroom, but the teacher was absent and the substitute teacher was there. And they were just all cutting up. You know, that's how it looked to me. You know? And I'm just like, what is going on? What's up with this unruliness? What have we been taught? It's very savage. So like 84 said, that's probably a different conversation. I didn't mean to change the subject, but you know, maybe you all can help me in that area, because you know, I don't want to lose faith, you know, in YouTube. But what I'm seeing, man, is kind of ugly, man. It's not good. It's not beneficial. It's not edifying. It's not fruitful. It's not productive. So anyway, I just threw that out there.
Because
Robbie, go ahead, Robbie.
Because these dudes is ugly, because these dudes is miserable, because these dudes can't get no woman, because these dudes can't maintain no relationship, because a lot of these women vagina is sitting on dry and stinky, because they don't know how to clean their house, because they can't do nothing but cook DoorDash, because people is just out here out of pocket and don't want to take no time on self-reflection to build up their skill set and their level of desirability or what they qualify for, because everybody else wants to be at the top of the pile, and then they think they're just supposed to be birthed there because their parents didn't raise them right, because none of these hoes know how to clean their house, men or female, because everybody wants to be fly as hell and they don't know how to sit back and just chill, because everybody is so entitled and snowflakes, and they're going to die if the heat gets turned up a little bit, because these people on YouTube want co-miserates to come and sit and give them all their money, because we live in pimp culture, because everybody wants to Netflix and chill, because everybody thinks that sex is a priority, because nobody knows how to build a strong foundation, because people on YouTube stay up all night long because they don't got nobody to cuddle up with in the midnight hour, because ain't nobody taking care of them when they sick, because they mentally disturbed, because a lot of people need to go to therapy, because everybody just want attention. I could go on, but I'm gonna be quiet.
Well, damn. Wow. Listen, that was a mouthful, but wow.
They be upset, and then people like me just make them more angry, because everything they believe inside of this lexicon of the matrix, I prove it to be untrue. And you too, Mr. Vaughn, because you're not a jerk, and you're not out here demanding respect and talking to your woman all crazy, and you raising your kids, and you got something they'll never have. They'll never have a silver anniversary. They'll never have a gold anniversary. They'll never know the pride in raising a family to completion. These people can't even maintain a relationship for 2 seconds, much less 20 years. Let me be quiet, though. Let me be quiet. Get to reading these people down, honey. They're just gonna try to come from a throat.
Wow.
This was a great show, by the way. Great stream.
Listen, what did I just start? But
Marcus, be quiet.
This was a great show, though. I'm not gonna lie. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships. Shout out to Mr. Bass,
Man.
3, everybody that came through. B-Eazy, Vaughn, Raw, even Queen, everybody.
Shout out to everybody.
Yeah, everybody. It was a great show. Mr. Best, I know you said you were gonna close out soon, but you know, like I said, shout out everybody on the panel. Y'all keep doing your thing. Everybody, make sure y'all go subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships, Robbie Privilege, Intellectual SoapBox. You know, Mr. Vaughn Bryant, Be-Eazy when he does that, when he hosts Easily Rigged with Big Rig Slaps. You know, make sure y'all hit the notification bell, like, share, subscribe, leave a comment, hit the Cash App, PayPal, everything.
Yeah, because the big rig.
They were probably
I would like to, I would like to say
Yes,
as well,
sir.
you know, thank you for having me up. You know, lately I've been up a little late, but I appreciate the conversation, and listen, I gained a lot from it, and learned some different perspectives, and I appreciate your time.
Definitely. Let me just close up this live. Y'all can hang out if y'all want. I'm gonna be cleaning my house, so if y'all want to hang out and talk, yeah, I could. I'm just gonna be cleaning my house, man. So I can do what y'all want. But let me drop that outro. Y'all know what it is, man. Like and subscribe. Later, y'all. Peace.
Peace.
Knowledge and relationships.
Damn. I mean, everybody else left? Where'd they go?
What'd you do, Raw? What'd you do?
I scared them, I guess.
No, this is a dope shit. Are we still live?
We're still live. This in broadcast button ain't working for some reason. Hold on.
Oh no! Don't be scared.
You ain't trying to do that. Don't do that.
I'm the bad guy.
Yeah, God. No.
This thing ain't working.